something very, very special. This isn't just Raw. This is day one edition of Raw, and obviously a lot of talk, a lot of speculation. If you haven't seen already, we have this image doing the rounds. So this is The Rock. He is at the Rose Bowl, and in the background is Nick Khan. Now, you can see if you look at the trending part on the side, The Rock is trending 65,000 posts for The Rock. Now, I'm sure The Rock is always being spoken about, so I'm sure that probably lives naturally at like 10,000, 15,000, 20,000. But it's definitely increased as a result of this picture, because a lot of people are speculating, is it The Rock that's going to be on the show tonight? Now, we know that this isn't a spoiler, by the way, because we don't have the answer to that. We don't know that it's The Rock, but obviously a lot of speculation doing the rounds, because that is Nick Khan in the background. That is WWE CEO Nick Khan. And he's great friends with The Rock. He's there in the background with The Rock. And a lot of people speculating that we could see The Rock tonight. Now, I think there's a chance that we see The Rock, definitely. Apparently, he's only a couple of hours away from where Raw is. I think there's a good chance of it, but equally, it could be that Nick Khan is catching up with an old friend. It could be that Nick Khan is talking to The Rock about some future opportunities. It could be that, you know, getting The Rock's time is very difficult. So it could be that we're just trying to get a few things put in place, and we're trying to secure like some stuff for the future. So as much as I think there's a good chance that we see The Rock tonight, because, you know, Raw is only a few hours away, that him jumping in a car, I can't imagine, is going to be a great hardship. Him stopping by and saying hello to the fans. I think there's also a chance that this might not be the person that they had planned. This might not be the person that they were referring to, and that actually what this is potentially could be something else, could be us doing a bit of business for the future. So we're going to have to wait and see. But if it is The Rock tonight, people aren't going to like what I'm about to say, and I don't give a flip. But I hope that we get something better than last time. Like, when The Rock came out last time, it's great to see him, but that segment was not a good segment, right? That segment was literally, oh my God, it's The Rock. Everyone got excited, and that was it. I mean, you could say that's all it needed to be, and that's fine. But for me personally, I really am looking for something a little more, because I just think there's so much that The Rock could get involved in. There's so much that The Rock could do, and him faffing around with Austin Theory just wasn't what I was looking for. It's not what I needed. You know, The Rock coming back is such a big moment. Like, imagine if he stepped up to Solo Sikoa. Imagine if he had a moment with Jey Uso, right? Imagine if he had a moment with Jimmy. Imagine if he had a face-to-face with Roman Reigns. Like, there is so much that The Rock could do. Yeah, I was disappointed that he came back and that's all we used him for. It felt like it was last minute. Like, it wasn't really planned. There was an opportunity and we just took it, right? And to be honest, I think that's what it was. I think the reason why it felt that way is because that's exactly what it was. It wasn't planned. They didn't have a plan for him. From what I heard, they had to rewrite the script last time to try and fit him into the show, which is why it didn't feel like the most spectacular segment of all time. But you put that on Twitter, you're going to get some criticism. And I will say the exact same thing again if we do the exact same thing again. So I'm really hoping that we've had this planned and that we actually use him in a way that is significant in some description. I'd love a segment with him and Jey. We're trying to establish Jey Uso as a solo star. We're trying to get him away from being a tag team guy and getting him to stand on his own 2 feet. What a better way than having The Rock turn up and go, where's my cousin? And he goes over to Jay and goes, listen, you are killing it. I see it in you. I see it in you. I saw it in you when you was in a tag team, but I see it in you even more now that you're doing it on your own. And I just wanted to stop by to say you are killing it. That would be... Imagine how big that would be for Jey Uso. Imagine how big that would be. Imagine all the casual fans, not even the hardcore fans. You get any sort of acknowledgement like that from The Rock, it is huge. Absolutely huge. Like, I think there are ways that you can use The Rock that are going to have long-lasting repercussions. Like, there are things you can do that will actually benefit people. So, if it is The Rock, I really hope that we either have some juicy planned for him like that, or it's just going to be like, you know, a bit of a hosting thing, you know? But I hope it's something that we can that's not last minute, let's put it that way. So that's a big talking point. Obviously, a lot of people, myself included, was thinking that it could be Batista, because Triple H has got a great relationship with Batista, of course, and so a lot of people are saying, well, maybe they've reached out to Batista to see if he wants to come back. He's just been in a Mr. Beast video as well, and so I think that Batista being on the show would be great, because he's a big name. He's someone we haven't seen for a while. He's someone that was in that Mr. Beast video, so timing would be pretty good. And yeah, he's a former world champion. Even though he's not someone I think the fans would go mental for like The Rock, he's still a massive name. He's still a legend. He's still someone that we've got a load of respect for. And to be honest, he's someone that still needs to go into the Hall of Fame. Because don't forget, he was meant to go in a few years ago, and he decided to not go in. He asked to not go in because the pandemic. He wanted to go in when there was fans. So he said, look, can I not go in like for this class now? Because there won't be any fans there. And so he didn't go in. So he is still someone that we're waiting to put into the Hall of Fame. So he could be on the show and we could announce that he's going to go into the Hall of Fame. We could maybe do something like that. So Batista was a name that I was thinking of. And then the chat was saying, what about Brock? Brock could come in and then announce he's going to be in the Rumble, which would make sense. So, you know, Brock Lesnar, I think, is a good shout. Someone said to Sean Ross that, what about Jinder Mahal? And Sean was like, no, it's not Jinder. I don't know if he knows who it is, but he said he was going to put some on Fightful Select, actually, and I didn't check that. So let's have a look, see if he has put some up there. He said he was going to put some up a few hours ago. Here we go. What we know about the day one surprise. We haven't learned what their baseline or qualification of WWE champion would be. As we read it, it is... it appears to be just as it reads. When we asked the source, they were told it wouldn't be Mercedes Moné. The Rock is present and just a few hours away. When we brought that up to a higher up, they said we made a compelling argument, but they wouldn't confirm or deny. Nick Khan was in Pasadena today, hanging out with The Rock. The Rock is who we are expecting to be named on tonight's show. Okay, so they're saying they asked, they didn't get an answer, but that's their pick at the moment, right? They're saying The Rock is who they are going with. Still not a spoiler. They're not saying it's confirmed. No source has said it definitely is, but that is the name they're thinking. So they're thinking The Rock could be on the show tonight as well. So, yeah, very, very exciting. And CM Punk is backstage. We don't know if he's going to be used on the show, but he is backstage, and he is not meant to be there. He is not listed. This isn't listed as one of the places he's meant to be. So I think this is really interesting because he seems so happy. He seems so, like, content. Like, he's just got the biggest smile on his face. I think he's definitely feeling the love being back. I think that the numbers, the merch sales are excellent. The fan reaction has been incredible. The online reaction has been incredible. It's just all positive. I'm sure he's making great money as well. It's just all been so positive. And now here he is showing up backstage on a show which was not on his list of places to be making appearances. And so we don't know if we're going to see him on the show or not. But it's got to be a really good sign, right, that he's there and he wasn't listed as being there. Because that would sort of indicate that either they have brought him in because, like, you know, they want him to be a part of this, or he's asked himself, can I be a part of this? And has come in of his own accord, and he just wants to be around it, you know? It's good. I mean, I just think it's really exciting. So, first WWE show of 2024. I am so hyped for this. I'm so hyped. I cannot wait. I mean, day one special edition Raw. It's going to be big. It's going to be massive. It's going to be so much to talk about. But yeah, The Rock, I was not expecting that when I woke up this morning. That is pretty juicy news. Let's get to a few super chats. Then we're going to get into the chat. Matt says, the grief cycle of denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance. What stage are we at with AEW's fall? Is it depression, the bargaining stage, or just tweak it has gone and it's pointless getting angry? I think that you will probably find that not everyone is at the same point. I don't even know if that emotional reaction like correlates to your relationship with a company. Like when you go through depression, like losing someone, you would go through that. They say those are the emotions you go through. But if you fall out of love with a company or a TV show, I don't know that you go through that same process. So I don't know that it translates, is the honest answer. But let's say that it does. If it does, then I think you will find there's people at different stages with AEW. I mean, AEW have lost fans long before now. So those people have already gone through that process. There'll be some people that, you know, are just starting that process. There'll be some people that are just about completing that process. So not everyone is going to be at the same stage. You're going to have people at different points, to be honest. I'll tell you what was really interesting, though, and that was something I read from Dave Meltzer. He put out something earlier today, I think it was, or maybe it was... Yeah, I think it was earlier today. It was his review of Worlds End. And he said that AEW is a company that is changing and not for the better. And then he proceeded to kind of not lay into the company, but sort of be very honest about what he saw at World's End. And yeah, it wasn't great, to be honest. It wasn't great. I didn't watch the show. I was listening to Tommy Toy Travels. You're going to have to excuse me, like I am sick. So it's going to be hard for me to continue talking nonstop. We'll do it, but I might have to keep coughing or something. But yeah, I was listening to Tommy Toy Travels, his live stream watch along, which was great, and it was great to see so many of you hanging out over there as well. And it's weird when you don't watch the show, because I didn't buy the show, I didn't watch the show, but when you don't watch the show, you see, you don't worry so much about the rubbish that you're hearing about. Those moments of like the devil reveal, and those moments of like the end of the Continental Classic, those moments of like timeless Tony Storm having a match, those moments of MJF losing the title, Samoa Joe becoming champion, these are moments where you feel like you're missing out, to be honest. I'm not just... I said it the other day. I think it was yesterday's stream. This is honestly the better way of watching AEW. I feel like I am missing things. When I watched it, I felt like there was only a few things that were keeping me around watching it. Now I'm not watching it. I miss those few things. Those few things are things that I want to talk about, and they're things that I want to keep an eye on, if you will. So it's weird. I don't quite know my relationship with AEW. They definitely do some good things. Definitely. You can't say that AEW don't do anything good. I can't say that they do. But I think the question has to come, do they do enough for you to watch week in, week out? And for me, it was getting to the stage where the answer was no. But they do still do some really good things. And it's interesting, someone like Dave Meltzer, who was such a big advocate for AEW, for him to say the company's changing and not for the better, for him to say that the kind of having the babyface lose in his hometown is a very WWE thing. It's something WWE get criticized for, having the babyface lose in their hometown. So why is it that AEW are going down that road? Why have they just done the exact same thing to MJF? MJF loses the title to Samoa Joe in his hometown, and then afterwards, just to rub salt in the wound, he gets beaten up by the devil and by the henchmen just to make sure those fans definitely don't go home happy. And he's like, that's such a WWE play. That's such a thing that WWE do. Like, why is it that this company is going and out and like using the WWE playbook? So it was really interesting reading what he was saying. He was talking about some of the matches didn't belong on that pay-per-view cards. He was talking about the reaction to Chris Jericho, which we spoke about yesterday. There's been no further news on that front. And he was just saying that this is one of the weakest pay-per-view offerings that they've had since beginning. So really interesting. Dave Meltzer gets a lot of grief, and to be honest, I think a lot of that grief comes from his passionate support of AEW. People, I think, don't like the fact that he is so hard on WWE, but then praiseful of praise for AEW. And I think that has created a lot of enemies for Dave Meltzer. So it's interesting that he's coming out now and being quite critical, to be honest, of AEW. And saying, like, the company is currently changing, and I can't say it's changing for the better. So we'll have to see what happens with them. It is believed that Mercedes Moné is on her way to AEW, maybe as early as Wednesday, formerly known as Sasha Banks. If that is going to happen, that's going to be a big boost for them. And I've got to say, a needed boost, because I think they've just lost MJF. I mean, I don't think he's gone for good, but he's gone to injury. He may not be around until, say, February. So that's going to be a hell of a loss. They may have just lost Jericho with all these allegations. We're getting ever closer towards them losing Sting. We're getting ever closer towards them losing Bryan Danielson, because he said, didn't he, not long ago, that he was going to leave once his daughter was 7, and he said she's 6 now, and that was about 6 months ago. So, they're getting ever closer to losing Danielson. They've already lost CM Punk. Obviously, they've lost Cody. Obviously, they've lost Jade Cargill. Like, you start to look around and you're like, oh man, they're really going to start struggling. What are you going to build? What are you going to use? Who are you going to use? And what are you going to build to have a bigger 2024 than you did in 2023? Because they need a bigger 2024 than they had 2023. 2023 to me was side movement for AEW. It wasn't a year of growth outside of Wembley. It was sideways movement. So I think that they've got their problems, as we know. But in regards to AEW failing and all this kind of stuff, a lot's going to rest on their TV deal. A lot's going to rest on where Raw goes. If Warner Brothers are going to extend their deal with AEW, there's a lot resting on all of that. So I think everyone is keeping an eye on that. But word on the street is we might not get an answer on that soon. It might actually go quite into the summer. So I don't know. We'll get an answer anytime soon on all of that. But they need to get that done. They need to know where their home is. The fans need to know where their home is, and then they can just start building, you know? Because in all fairness, if you're going to move to a new platform, you probably want to make sure that you're launching with something big. You know, if you're moving, then you want to make sure that your storylines are kind of coming to an end with something massive then starting for when you move. So you're just going to be in this state of flux. If you're staying where you are, you don't really need that. But if you're moving, I would imagine you want to relaunch with something big, you know, here we are, something that's going to really grab attention. So if I was Tony Khan, that would be a real problem for me. Because it's later in the year, it's not a problem right now. I can certainly, this side of summer and summer, be fine. But as soon as I'm getting into the summer, I really need to know what's going on. So the longer this saga goes on, the more it's going to hurt everybody. Maybe WWE know that. Perhaps it's part of the strategy. Perhaps WWE know the longer this goes, it doesn't hurt them. They're fine. Raw. I mean, this is Monday Night Raw. It's going to be fine, right? They've got so much resource they can pull from SmackDown or whatever, or legends they can bring back. They're fine. They can relaunch with an all singing, all dancing legend show if they want to, right? But AEW, they don't have access to that sort of resource at the moment. Who are they going to be bringing in? What are they going to be doing, you know? If they're going to do something like that, they're going to have to splash the cash, aren't they? Maybe WWE know the longer they leave this, the more it hurts AEW. Cheeky. Mr. Toxic Black, shout out to you, said, how do I become a member? I don't think the membership's open in all places, to be honest, buds. I think that if you want to be a member, it should just be on the homepage. So we do get a lot of members, a lot of supporters, and their support is critical to the survival of the channel. And you get your name in green, you get access to those emojis. We do a member stream once a week. I'm trying to find ways of bringing more stuff to the members side as well. But to be honest, I mean, I've just been battered with this cold since when was it, Wednesday? It came on like Friday, and I've just been battered with it, so I haven't been able to really do much. I mean, there's videos that are videos that are meant to have gone up, like one today, which I just couldn't get to, so I've got quite the jobs list. But yeah, doing more for the members is definitely on that for 2024. But to join, there should just be a little thing on the homepage where all the videos are. There's one that says thank you to the members. It's got a little join button there. William, shout out to you. Hope you're well. Said it's going to be Sasha. The talks breaking down was at work to try and throw water on the spoiled Royal Rumble results. Well, maybe I'm reading this wrong, but they said a former WWE champion. I suppose you could make an argument that Sasha is a former WWE champion if we're going to count like the Raw and the SmackDown titles as sort of like WWE championships. I mean, to me, a former WWE champion means you are a former WWE champion. Like for me, you are, I suppose, a former champion is how I would word it if I wasn't talking about the actual WWE Championship. So I've been very focused on the WWE Championship part. So, well, let's see. I've took it that way, but could you interpret that a different way? Sure. Potentially you could, because she is technically a former WWE champion in the sense of she's won the Raw, the SmackDown Women's Championships. But let's see. Gaming in Real Time says, hello everyone, do you think AEW will die or fly? Gaming in Real Time, I think AEW's fine. I think AEW's here for the long term. I think they've already survived 5 years. So I think like that's a good period of time for them to have shown that they're quite resilient. I think that the only thing that's going to be a problem for them is the TV thing. TV money is and exposure is so important that if they were to lose that, the company, I think, would have to drastically change, because without that TV money coming in, they're not going to be able to afford what they've got. Yeah, Tony can pay, but how much is he? He's only going to be willing to lose so much. Word on the street is he's already losing about 30 million this year. Now, I don't think he's going to want to lose that every year, right? He's going to have an idea in mind of, I need to stop this loss. I need to find a way of cutting costs, and I need to find a way of bringing in more revenue. And if you're going to lose a TV deal and TV money, yeah, it'll be replaced. I'm sure he'll end up somewhere, but there's no guarantee that it'll be as much as what he's making now. And I think that's the big one, to be honest. So I think for me, they're fine as long as they're staying on Warner Brothers Discovery, or they get a deal that's equally as good somewhere else. I think they're fine. I think that he is making steps and taking steps already to try and find ways of bringing in more money. We're already seeing more pay-per-views, for example. So they've gone from just doing 4 to now doing 1, I think, every month. So they've increased that. And, you know, this is designed to try and bring in more money. It's as simple as that. They're trying to bring in more money. We've seen the price go up of the Fight subscription here in the UK. I don't know if you've seen any price increases to do with AEW where you are, but yeah, I mean, I think they are looking at ways of bringing in more money. I think that it's got to turn around for them at some point. Otherwise, yeah, no company's going to be able to keep losing 30 million every year. I don't care if he's a billionaire. Like, his dad is not going to allow him to just keep losing 30 million, 30 million, 30 million, 30 million. Like, that'll soon eat away. That'll soon eat away. Like, businessmen are businessmen because they traditionally are quite tight, right? Businessmen make good investments. They don't, waste money. You know, they count the pennies and all this kind of stuff. They're not in the habit of just allowing 30 million to go out the door. So I think they're fine. I think that this is something that needs to be addressed, but I think they've got a few years to address it. I think that the TV deal is going to be critical. I don't see them going out of business this year or anything stupid like that, anything like that short term. I think that, as we say, the TV deal is going to be really critical. And of course, they can always cut costs. You know, if they have to, they can always cut some of the higher earning stars, and they might find themselves eventually settling at like a bit of an Impact level where they're on a smaller platform with a smaller roster. They don't have as many big names. They're not getting the ratings that they're getting now, but they are a lot more financially comfortable. Like, we might find that, or something might click and they may like really catch fire. They might get really hot, and that's what they're looking for. They're looking for that thing that's going to really, capture the imagination of the fans, and then boom, go to the moon. So yeah, they're definitely it's definitely worth keeping an eye on AEW. I've said a lot of times, like, how lucky are we, and I mean it as well, how lucky are we that we get to watch this company start from scratch, from nothing, and basically get built in front of our eyes, and we can see what they try and what works and what doesn't work. And this is such a great thing for us to be able to observe, because it's not our money, but we get to watch someone doing it. We get to watch someone giving it a go. So I think it's brilliant that we've got this around at the moment, and that we can watch and observe and learn from it, basically. What works, what doesn't work, how the relationship works. It just makes us more educated as wrestling fans. It just helps us, know a bit more about kind of what the wrestling world really looks like. So some people aren't interested in that. Some people don't really care about the business side of things. But I think with social media and with kayfabe being dead, the real kayfabe, or the real stuff now is that stuff. Right? Back in the day, it used to be what happened in the ring was real, and people watched for that. But now people, of course, watch for what happens in the ring and the promos and everything. But if you want the real stuff, well, that's all happening backstage. That's all these business deals. That's all, CM Punk choking people backstage. That's all what's going on with Chris Jericho. Like, that's the new real stuff for wrestling fans. And wrestling fans are right there with their opinions for all of that, So being a wrestling fan in 2024 sort of means that you've, got the scripted stuff, but there's plenty of real things going on in the wrestling world as well. And this is why I think the business stuff, the numbers, the ratings, merch sales and all that kind of stuff, I think this is why it's a focus for wrestling fans, because they do want that realness as well. They want that real drama, and there's some big real drama that happens away from the cameras. So I think AEW will be fine in the short term, but obviously, no business can last forever if it's going to keep hemorrhaging money like that. Darwin, shout out to you, bud. Darwin said, I hope you're doing well. Happy New Year. I didn't watch any of the WWE shows last week, but I am ready for tonight. I can't wait. 2024 is going to be even bigger and even more amazing for WWE. Well said, my friend. Yeah, you didn't miss anything. I think we had some fun, in all fairness. I had a great time last week. It was lovely to spend time with people and see some names that we haven't seen in a while. There were some people around, old faces, who obviously have got a bit of time off work and whatever, that stopped by again, and it was brilliant to see them. So a big thank you to everyone that joined us last week for the best of shows. But yeah, it's all about tonight, isn't it? We've got day one tonight. Don't forget tomorrow, NXT New Year's Evil. Looks like a really good card for NXT. If you're someone that doesn't really watch NXT, I would say watch tomorrow, see how you feel. If you like it, brilliant. If you don't, well then, you've seen probably the best show you're going to see in a little while tomorrow. It's a pretty stacked card. This whole week, they've just absolutely stacked it. So you've got a massive Raw, you've got a massive NXT, and you've got a massive SmackDown as well. SmackDown New Year's Revolution, that is coming up on Friday as well. So we've got 3 big shows. And I said as a bonus ball, we'll do the preview 2024 show that they're doing on the network. We're going to do that on Thursday. We'll do a stream for it. Very weird, very unorthodox, not the kind of thing that we tend to do, but I think it's different that they're doing a show like this where they're going to basically preview the year. I would imagine they're going to ask some interesting questions. I don't know that they're going to reveal any new information, but I'd hope they do. But we already know about the fact we're going to Germany. We know that we're going to Australia. We know that we go into France. There's some big shows coming up internationally. There's a lot of stuff which they seem to be very excited about, which hasn't been revealed yet. So I'd love a little something on that show. I don't know that we get anything, but it's probably, they've shouted about it and said it's part of this week. This is what we're doing on Thursday. So we'll tune in for that and we'll see if there's anything good on that. So fun little bonus stream this week. So Delwyn, shout out to you. Good to see you back around, my friend. I hope you had a very good, and all of you, a very good Christmas holiday period. But that's done now. That's done. We're allowed to have the decorations up, I think, till the 4th. I'm not sure. This will be the last week where we have the decorations, and then we'll get rid of the cutouts in the background. They'll probably end up going. Thanks to our friends, is it Star Cutouts? Those crazy cats that sent a Roman Reigns through and gave a cutout away to the community. So we'll clean that up. So no more Taylor Swift, no more Elon. We'll get rid of the wrestling shop table as well. Obviously, a big shout out to those guys. They've got them Legends figures in right now in the UK. And I've heard they're getting some more exclusive figures, which haven't released yet. So I need to have a look at that, actually. They said they were getting some new figures in, which haven't arrived anywhere else. And they were pretty excited about them. I don't know if they've come in yet. New releases. They've got some sick pop vinyls, though, I'll tell you that. Look at this. We got Vader, Davey Boy, King Booker, The Rock. There we go. Confirmed. The Rock. Rocky Maivia as well. That is a great pop vinyl. That is really fun. Yeah, I think it's these. I think it was these Royal Rumble figures. I think these Royal Rumble figures are the ones they were saying haven't arrived anywhere else yet. The Batista, the Beth Phoenix, the Ridge Holland, and the Brock Lesnar. And look at the referee, Mr. T. That's awesome. That is awesome. And then we've got a few basics. Honky Tonk Man. It's always good to see him in the line. Oh, I love that Hogan. That's a great Hogan. And then these are the Legends one that the ones that we've been shouting about. So yeah, I think these Royal Rumble ones are the ones they were referring to. So we'll end up like cleaning this, and we'll get rid of the tree and everything as well. So this will be the last week for all of that. Right, where are we? We are still trying to work our way through these. The Beach Kevin said, do we get William Regal tonight? I'm not expecting William Regal. I don't know that we need William Regal just because we can use William Regal now. I don't know that it means that we do use William Regal now. I mean, I really liked him as GM of NXT. I think that if we were going to use him, I'd probably use him down there, to be honest. I think that he's not really needed in NXT now. Sean does a perfectly good job of being sort of that GM role. But in all honesty, we've got Ava doing that sort of authority thing, which is weird. We don't need her doing that. So I suppose you could look at the fact that Ava's doing an authority role in NXT and go, should we just use William Regal for that instead? Because that was great, to be honest. If we didn't have Nick Aldis and Adam Pearce, then I would say, yeah, we could probably do with him. But I think both of them are great. There was a thought of, do you bring William Regal in and then have Nick Aldis as a wrestler now? Which I really like. I like that. I wasn't crazy about William Regal as a manager of Blackpool Combat Club. I didn't think that was the right fit for him. So William Regal as the manager of Blackpool Combat Club didn't hit the mark for me, so I don't know that I would have him as a manager. I wouldn't be against looking at it again, though. In WWE, they might be able to find a way of making it work a little better. He could be the manager, as was pointed out on the stream the other week by managing Pete Dunne, Tyler Bates, and whoever, right? You know, if you're going to have like a Charlie Dempsey, if you're going to have like a bit of a group of British guys, you could potentially have him be the manager of that group. And I thought that was a decent shout, to be honest. I thought that was a perfectly acceptable shout, that you could do that and go that way. But having seen what he was like as manager of Blackpool Combat Club, I didn't enjoy it. It wasn't that it was bad. It just wasn't as good as when he was a GM on SmackDown, on NXT. When he was a GM, that was a lot more, just felt more comfortable. They were like little short bursts, little appearances, just little moments, largely backstage as well. Him at his age with a live mic, having to try and hang with some of these younger guys now. I think it's a bit tricky for him in this day and age, to be honest. I don't know that he's as quick or as sharp, or his delivery is quite got the same snap to it, you know. The guy's took a lot of drugs. He's took a lot of painkillers. His reactions are maybe not the same as they used to be. And, you know, he's getting on in age now as well. He's not old, but he's certainly getting on. He's certainly not in his 20s anymore. So I think it's a lot better to do backstage things with him and pre-records and little short bursts. And I found that to be a better way of using William Regal. But let's see, shall we? Let's see. I mean, they could use him. The option's there to do it. But just because it's there to do it, it doesn't mean that I would look to do it. I just think he's a great mind. He's someone who I think Triple H really appreciates and probably enjoys having by his side. But I don't know that Triple H needs him. I think you can find somewhere for him in the company. It may be on Raw and SmackDown, but equally, he might benefit because he's had health issues. He might benefit from going to NXT and just being there, you know? So, same building that he goes to each week, doesn't have to travel around the country. When you're on Raw and SmackDown, there's a lot of traveling, a lot of commuting. I don't know that he wants that. I'm surprised that he's been doing it anyway. My understanding is that he has been going around with Triple H. So perhaps he's just loving being back. Perhaps he's just loving like the opportunity. It'd be an interesting interview, actually. See where he is now, you know. Like physically, how's he feeling? And mentally, what's he thinking about? Because he seemed to be very settled in NXT for a long time. And think about how great that job is. You get to go to the same building all the time, live in Florida, lovely and warm, get to go to the same building each week, don't have to worry about doing house shows if you're William Regal. Yeah, you have to go to the takeover shows, but most of them tend to be in the Performance Center. It's only once in a while you have to leave Florida. And you get to work with that talent that's coming through that, you know, if you like really bring the best out in them, they're going to hold you in high regard for the rest of their lives. They're going to like see you as their mentor for the rest of their lives. They could go on to be the next Roman Reigns, the next Bianca Belair or whatever. And they will, you know, talk fondly of you and he'll have that connection with them for the rest of their lives. And he can just help develop that talent. I mean, what an awesome job that would be. I think that would be the dream job, to be honest. I'd love that job. Just working with people down in NXT. Get to live in Florida, get to go to the same building each week, and you get to work with the superstars of tomorrow. I think that's a dream job. I'd love that position. Archipelago, shout out to you, my friends. Archipelago 2, hope you are well, appreciate the support. Nedic Opnella, hello. Don't know if you've mentioned it, but what do you think about MJF? Oh no, we haven't mentioned it actually. My thoughts on the MJF situation is that I can only go from the reports, and the reports were that not long ago WWE felt that he'd secretly re-signed. So I put a little thing up on the community tab, just the tweet from Sean, because Sean found earlier, someone else might have, but it was Sean that I saw. Sean said earlier that MJF is no longer on the AEW roster page. Now, what I would say is that they have sort of teased and built up that him leaving in 2024 story for quite a while. Now, granted, in recent weeks, it's gone quite quiet because they've turned him into a babyface. So he hasn't been playing that card. If he was a heel, he would have been banging on a lot about the 2024 thing, because when he was a heel, he was banging on a lot about the 2024 bidding war, right? Now, according to WWE and sources from WWE, there hasn't been a bidding war, according to them, because they're not under the impression that he's free. They're not under the impression there's anything for them to bid on, because they think he's re-signed. So unless they're lying to us, and saying that and they've signed him secretly and he's going to be at the Rumble, whatever, they don't seem to be of the impression that he is available. Now, I was thinking about this. If you're Tony Khan and you know that you're losing MJF, would you, I don't know if you would mention it or not. I don't know. I mean, if you mention it, do you risk losing fans? Because there might be some fans of yours that only watch because of MJF. So do you just stay quiet and just let it play out? Or would you announce it so that everyone knows where they stand? You know, you could ruin WWE's surprise. You know, WWE's surprise could be ruined. MJF has actually finished up with us. He has. Tony Khan hasn't said that at all. He hasn't come out and said anything. Doesn't mean much, to be honest. I can't get a read of what it means. I've been very firm in the belief that MJF will stay with AEW. I've been very firm with that belief all along, to be honest. I've never changed from that. I've never wavered from that. There's nothing I'm seeing right now that's making me change my mind from that. I think it is interesting that they've took him from the roster page. I do think that's interesting. I also think they can easily do that to just fuel those kind of fuel the conversation. And then, you know, he's gone. We don't see him for a while, and then boom, he returns. And he's back, right? I mean, it's no. What is it for them to take him off the roster page? It's nothing, is it? So it doesn't mean anything. It's just he's not on the roster page. There's no legal obligation for him to be there. So it doesn't mean anything in that regard. So they know that that's the sort of thing that someone will spot, and it'll get onto the internet somehow. So I'm thinking they may have done it for those reasons. So I think the fact that I have thought all along that MJF would re-sign with AEW, and the reason why I thought that is because Tony cannot lose MJF, right? If Tony is the face of AEW, if it ain't Tony, it's MJF, right? You can't lose MJF. He is one of their biggest ratings draws. He's been their longest reigning champion. He, at times, many times, has been the only good thing on their show. And I'm not just saying that. I've seen AEW fans saying that, right? That where they've got frustrated and said, you know, this week's Dynamite wasn't brilliant. You know, MJF saved the show type situation. He is someone that is worth his weight in gold, and I think Tony knows that. I think he would sit down and go, "What do you need? What's it going to take? You know, let's talk. Let's get it done. Let's get it signed. Like, I don't want to lose you to WWE. So let's just get it sorted, basically, and see what MJF had to say." So, you know, he's just had an incredible run as champion. I'm sure there'll be more championship reigns in his future. I'm sure there's extra zeros that have been added to his contract. And he's still so young that he can do another 2-3 years with AEW easily, and not even be in his 30s. I think he's 26 now. He could do another 4 years, and then he'll be 30. And so he could go to WWE and then have a good 10 years in WWE. So I think I felt pretty good about him re-signing. I think that's what's happened. WWE a few months ago said that they thought he'd secretly re-signed, and this was from sources, and they hadn't entered talks or anything with him. And now he's been removed from the roster page. I'm just thinking they're doing that just to get a bit of conversation going. So that's my take on it. That's my thoughts on it. Whether that's what's actually going on, we're going to find out. Is there a chance he shows at the Rumble? Yeah, I'd say there's a chance. But he is also dealing with some injuries at the moment, so I don't know if they're going to have resolved themselves. We don't actually know what these injuries have been. They weren't bad enough to stop him wrestling at World's End, but if he now requires surgery, the recovery from that surgery may wipe him out for a while. So I don't think we're going to see MJF in AEW for a while. We may see him Wednesday for him to say goodbye, but I think then he's gone and probably off having surgery and everything. So it may wipe him out of a Rumble anyway, time-wise. But I expect him to stay with AEW. In fact, let's do that as a poll. Let's go in, because we do need to do a poll. We need to do more polls. Where does MJF go now, right? Is he going to stay with AEW, or does he go to WWE? We'll do a poll. We'll see what the people are saying. And we'll go back to the super chats. Patrick, hello. Shout out to you, dude. Many congratulations. Patrick says, Days, Birds, Happy New Year. Hope you feel well soon. Thank you. I must admit, I've slept so much. I've just slept. So I don't know how in my head it doesn't sound too bad, but I could imagine it probably sounds a little different. My nose is definitely congested. My throat's not bad, but oh my god, I think was it Friday when I was swallowing, it felt like razor blades. Like that definitely was not fun. And also on Friday, you know, when your head's just swimming a bit and you're like, oh, that's all gone now. So I feel very focused. I feel like a little bit drained, but not bad. Probably operating at about, say, 90%, something like that. So I feel okay. It's just more in my nose at this stage. So I was really hopeful that, like, today I'd be back 100%. But, you know, if it's going to be tomorrow, fine, it'll be tomorrow. If I get another good night's sleep and I'm back again tomorrow, 100% good. We got stuff to do, man. We've got stuff to do because there is so much going on. I'm so excited. I'm really looking forward to getting going, you know. I'm really looking forward to getting stuck into this year. It's going to be a big year for wrestling this year, and as such, it'll be a big year for the channel as well. So a big thank you to everyone that's joins us and continues to join us. I know I say thank you quite a bit, but I really do mean it. And what with this being the start of a new year, it's going to be a big year. They broke records. Triple H put a message out. I don't know if I can find it. Triple H put a message out that showed like all the records that had been broken last year. It's very impressive. It's very impressive. Some of them, not all of them, just some of them, are ones that I'm not keen on, to be honest. They're the ones that I've been a bit critical of in the past. Let's see if I can find. Here we go. So, biggest year in WWE history. So, highest social media views is amazing. Certainly when you think of the pandemic and everyone being trapped at home, that's amazing, right? So, highest social media views ever this year. You know, more than 2020, more than 2021. I know that there's more people in the world now than there was a few years ago. Like, the population is only increasing, but doesn't mean that those people are coming over to wrestling. And also, if you think about the amount of time people were spending at home during the pandemic, that to me is just a very impressive number. So, yeah, very impressed with that. Probably greatly boosted by The Rock being on the show. I mean, he got 100 million views or whatever for his one appearance. And of course, the return of CM Punk, that got another 100 million. So I don't know that we had anything like that during the pandemic. So those two alone massively boosted the numbers. But even so, you've got to say, very impressive. Highest merchandise revenue ever. Now, I'm a bit torn on this one because if that's because they've sold more merch, I love it, right? Big fan. If it's because they're now just charging more for merch, this is where I have a problem. Wrestling to me is definitely for the working class. Wrestling to me is definitely for the everyman. Like, everyone should be able to enjoy wrestling. It's a cheap form of entertainment, and I don't want to see that change. I don't want to see that. I don't want to see it change, and it is changing, unfortunately. But you know, buying tickets to take your kids to the wrestling now, certainly WWE, it's going to set you back a fair bit. And if those kids want T-shirts and everything, it's going to set you back a fair bit. And I don't know. I don't know how I feel about them bragging about that. I mean, I suppose they're not doing anything that other sports teams aren't doing, right? So it's the same argument that you would have about Man United and the New York Yankees and all these different places, you know? WWE are no different. We know they're a money-making machine, but I don't know. I just sort of feel like, I don't know, if it's because they're selling more volume, brilliant. If it's because they've just jacked the prices up of everything, I'm not massively impressed. Highest sponsorships, yeah, I got no problem with that. Get money from them, definitely. Take companies' money. keep taking it till the cows come home. So no problem with that. Highest premium live event viewership ever. That's impressive, isn't it? That's impressive. More people. These are the numbers I like. More people have tuned in to watch the premium live events this year than ever before. Now, there's nothing wrong with that. No, nothing wrong with that. So maybe if you look at that and go, well, more people have tuned in than ever before, maybe the merch sales are because more people have bought merch than ever before. I'd like to think it's that. And then, of course, this one, the classic, the one that I've had a little grumble about before. Highest gross in ticket sales ever. My little grumble with that is the same thing. The reason why it's the highest grossing is because they're charging more for tickets now. But people are paying them. You know, people are paying those higher prices. So the demand is definitely there. But I don't want to see this become something that only the rich can go to. You know, I don't want to see this be something where the people, your everyday people and their kids can't go along to these shows. Why would we ever want that? Why would we ever want to celebrate that? So I've got slightly mixed feelings about some of these, but for them as a business, it's obviously great news. And some of them numbers there, brilliant. You know, highest viewership ever, amazing. Highest sponsorship revenue ever, amazing. More social media views than ever before, amazing. If the merch ones are from volume, brilliant. And the ticket ones, you know, it's the way of the world, isn't it? Everything's going up. Everything's going up. It's the way the world is. But yeah, I mean, you've got to say, as reports cards go, that's something that you could imagine Triple H is pretty proud about, and rightfully so as well, deservedly so. Like that is as close to a clean sweep as what you could ask for. So yeah, brilliant. What interesting though, he hasn't told us, and he hasn't included on that graphic what were the cage match reviews. That's what we need to know. That's what we need to know. That's what Tony Khan goes off. He goes off cage match reviews. It's all well and good bragging about the money you're making, but you can't tell me you've had a successful year until you tell me what your average for the cage match review of 2023 was. In fact, can we find that number? We might be able to find that number, you know. Let's go cage match. So you can see how much of a wrestling fan I am. That was my last search, Luthez. WWE World Wrestling Entertainment. Their average is 7.81. Right. And down the side, here we go. So their average in 2023, review-wise, was 8.06. So their, according to Cage Match, this year was, or last year now, was the best year, review-wise, since 2016. That's interesting, isn't it? So their average score in 2016 was 8.19. Then we see a slight little dip down to 7.6, then 7.7. 2019 was not great, 6.3. I don't know how 2020 gets 7.2. I have not got a clue. I'm totally in agreement with 2019. I'm totally in agreement with 2021. I can only imagine everyone lost their mind in 2020, because I have no idea how that picks back up, right? That to me should just be 6.3, 6.3, 6.4. That's how I would have it. Then in 2022, 7.1. And then last year, the average was 8.06. It's worth mentioning, though, that this current score here, this 7.81, that is only from 1,568 votes, right? So we were talking about this the other day. You're never talking big numbers. You're never talking thousands and thousands of people. We were looking at how many people had voted for AEW Worlds End, which had scored a 5 point something. It was like 200 people had voted. That was it. 200 people. this site is just not a site that wrestling fans en masse are using or going to. So when Tony Khan was saying that he uses this as, you know, an indicator as to whether the shows are being booked well, and he reads the comments and all that kind of stuff, it's bizarre. It's really bizarre, because this is just not a place where a lot of people are going to share their thoughts. This is not a place where you're getting a lot of people sharing, like, voting on stuff and everything. It's I don't know, it's bizarre. It was a bizarre thing to be said. But I'm surprised that Triple H didn't include it, because actually the 8.06 that he got for last year, it's a very good score. It's a very good score. It's well above his average, 7.8. 7.81 is WWE on average, and last year we did an 8.06, so it's another dub. We might as well start calling him Triple Dub. Triple Dub is in charge of booking. Right. Sean, shout out to you, said it's speculated that both Deonna and Mercedes are AEW bound. Do you think that's that the issue with the women's division is booking or no major stars? I think it is talent level. I think if you are going to put the mid-card belt on Julia Hart, then you've got a problem, right? I don't care if I upset people with that comment. Julia Hart, to me, if she was in NXT, would be in the breakout tournament. Julia Hart is not as good in ring as Kalani Jordan. And Kalani Jordan has just been in the breakout tournament, right? Let alone compare her to someone like a Lyra Valkyria, right? Or a Tiffany Stratton. For me, there are women on Dynamite like Julia Hart, like Sky Blue, like when we were using Penelope Ford's, like Taya Valkyrie or whatever. Well, Taya, I don't know. I can't read her. I find it I was not impressed with her when she was Frankie Monet in NXT, but I'm told she was brilliant in Impact. But all I've seen is just endlessly botch in AEW and be very underwhelming in NXT. And she was someone that went to AEW with great fanfare, right? So I think it's both, right? I think Tony Khan's booking has been heavily criticized often, right? That I think we can definitely say that is could be stronger. The women just don't get on TV. But if this is the pool of talent that you're dealing with, then it's easy to see why. It's easy to see why you would not use women as much. I can't really blame Tony. There's people out there demanding more women's matches. Who do you want him to use? Where are these great women that he's meant to be using? Because all I see are people that need to be in a developmental system, that need to be learning. It's not, it's not even fair on them. It's not even a case of having a go at these women. Like, oh, they're not very good, blah, 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 like putting them down. It's not fair. Imagine if you took Thea Hale and just shoved her on Raw. Like, of course she's going to look out of place. Of course she's going to look out of place. I sort of feel sorry for the women in AEW because I just don't think they're ready. I don't know what training they're getting. Jade Cargill was out of her depth, was not putting on great matches. She ended up going 50-0 with that mid-card women's championship, yet she can't even get onto TV on WWE because Triple H says her development was stunted and it wasn't her fault and blah, blah, blah. And I agree. You can't name great Jade Cargill matches, right? You can't name great Julia Hart matches. I think Sky Blue has got a bit more about her. I think Sky Blue's a little further along, right? So she is someone that's got potential. I don't know why we've got Athena down in Ring of Honor. I don't know why Willow, I think, has been in Ring of Honor. I feel like there's definitely things we could be doing. I would have Julia Hart in Ring of Honor. I would have Athena on the main roster. I don't know why we've not been using Britt Baker. There's definitely, we could be doing better with, we could have a better women's roster and using some of these women. Britt Baker seems ready. Why are we not using Britt Baker? Where's she gone? Obviously, we've been without Jamie Hayter. That's been a loss. We've been without Thunder Rosa for quite a while. I think she's only just recently been available. that's been a loss. So I think it's a bit of both, to be honest. I think we've got women in the wrong places. I think we've got, so I would say the booking. I don't think the women's roster is strong enough. I think it's very difficult because, to be honest, I don't think there's loads of women in wrestling. I think the talent that you can choose from for men is much bigger than the talent you can choose from for women. There's not as many women in wrestling, but I think there are women out there that you can bring in. But, do you know, it goes back to what we were saying. Where is AEW's developmental? How do they train and bring along these women? Because my understanding was that Jade Cargill was getting training from like Bryan Danielson as and when. But that's not a very good structured training program, is it? It's not that's not the same as NXT. That's not the same as the Performance Center. So where's Julia Hart getting her training? My understanding is QT Marshall has been doing a lot of training. But I'm sorry, but I just don't see the results. I'm sure that he can give and teach the basics, but I've not. Who has he produced? Who has QT Marshall come out with that has actually gone on to achieve anything? That has actually, gone through the ranks? I really don't know. I really don't know. I really question their training in AEW. If I was Tony, that is something I would really be looking to invest in. That, rather than spending 80 odd million on a video game, I would really be looking at like getting some sort of in-house training system where I can put my Julia Harts, my Sky Blues, my Penelope Fords, my Nick Waynes, all of those can go off to this facility and can get the training that they need, because they've got potential. I'm not saying they don't have potential. I'm not saying that they can't go on to be great wrestlers. I'm just saying that they are not Dynamite standard for me. And I think they're being used because, they're good-looking girls. That's it. I think they're good-looking girls, and I think that they get a bit of attention as a result, and I think we've just run with them, and that's it. That's it. I cannot say any other reason as to why we're using them. So I think that we've got a real lack of quality in the women's division. I think there's a lack of training. I think the booking. I think we've got women in the wrong place. I have no idea why Athena is down in Ring of Honor and away from Dynamite, or why we don't see more of Willow. I don't know why he's not gone and got some of the great women's talent that's on the indie scene. There's women out there that are good. There's women out there you can go and get. There's some women out there that are doing some good work on the indies, we've got people in Stardom. We've got people in Pro Wrestling Eve. We've got women in Women of Wrestling. Could you not get some sort of deal with Women of Wrestling? Women of Wrestling seems to be doing quite well. I heard their numbers were not too bad the other week. So could you not get some sort of agreement with them? Brilliant exposure for that brand. If you was to get a working relationship with them and then bring in some of their women, imagine that, where you got he's got agreements with New Japan. Get some agreements in place with the Women of Wrestling. Wow. Which would have made total sense, because when CM Punk was in AEW, wasn't AJ Lee like an executive for Women of Wrestling? That just seems like a no-brainer deal to me, but they didn't do it for whatever reason. And, that's up to them. That's his call, their decisions. I don't think or get the feeling that he's massively focused on women's wrestling. I get the feeling that Tony is someone that grew up really loving Japanese wrestling and really loving, some WCW and certainly ECW. And to be honest, in ECW, there wasn't many women. And in Japanese wrestling, certainly like New Japan, All Japan, there wasn't many women. You had women's promotions, but I don't know that Tony was really engaged with those. So I've got a feeling that Tony grew up watching predominantly men wrestling and not too much female wrestling. And I think it's something that he feels they should have from maybe so they're not branded as sexist, and from a equality point of view.
but I don't know that it's something that he particularly really cares about. I think he cares about tag teams, trios, triple championships, the main AEW championship, and I think that's part of the problem. I think if you had someone that genuinely cared about women's wrestling, I think that I can't imagine that it would be in the state that it's been in, because it's been in a state, it's not been in a great place. So bringing in Mercedes will be a big boost. Bringing in Deonna Purrazzo would be fantastic. This is what this division needs. Bringing back Jamie Hayter, bringing back Britt Baker. All of a sudden, if you can get 6 or 7 women, like good, really good women, which they have never had from the beginning. They have never had 6 or 7 women really good at one time on the same show. That would be a big step forwards. So yeah, I would say that they need it. I would say I would still be concerned about the booking. I would say I hope the women get more opportunities. I am a big fan of women's wrestling. I love women's wrestling. I've said before, I give a lot of credit to Alundra Blaze for that. Because when I was growing up, Alundra Blaze would wrestle. I actually saw Alundra at a house show, and she had one of the best matches that night. Like, when you're a kid, you don't really think of it that way, but what you do think is like, oh, that was exciting. I enjoyed that. Like, and I remember watching her and really enjoying her match and really having a good time. And whenever she would be on TV, you could tell that she had to work that little bit harder to stand out. And that's something she's spoken a lot about. You know, the women had to deliver. If you didn't deliver, then you might not get booked again. Like, there was no second chances. So the women had to work, had to deliver. You go back and watch like the Jumping Bomb Angels in WWE. Incredible. You look at the work Sensational Sherry was doing. You look at Wendy Richter. You look at Alundra Blaze. You look at Bull Nakano. Like, these names from like the late 80s, early 90s. Just really putting in the work, man. Really putting in the work, because you couldn't afford not to. So I credit those women with instilling in me from the earliest of ages a real respect for women's wrestling. And it was this is one of the big negatives I've got for the Attitude Era. Like, Attitude Era is not my favorite era. And one of the reasons is because women's wrestling was just not prevalent. And what we were getting was a lot of just bra, panty matches, stuff like that, which hasn't aged well at all. I'm not a prude. I'm not against that type of stuff. Like, it's certainly around that time there's a place for it, but I think there was also a place for some good competitive women's wrestling as well, which we just weren't getting. So that would have been my criticism, or one of my criticisms of the Attitude Era. But I think Mercedes, Deonna coming in, brilliant. I would say a start. We need more. If they could get that Julia girl, you know, there's a lot of hype around her. If they ended up picking her up, you know, that would be big for them as well. All of a sudden then, with Jamie Hayter, with this, I don't know anything about this Maria May, but there seems to be quite a bit of excitement around her. Toni Storm, Thunder Rosa back. As we said, get back Britt Baker, get back Jamie Hayter, Mercedes coming in, Deonna coming in, like... Yeah, man, you've got a killer division there. Now you're in a real good place. Now you're in a real good place. And actually, do you know what? That could pick up some of the slack. Like, this company is struggling a bit with momentum, and it's struggling a bit, but that women's division, it ain't carrying anything. It ain't doing anything. It's not leaned on at all. So I think Toni Storm has been a fun addition, but she can't do it on her own. So, yeah, women's wrestling, I'm a big advocate for it. I'm a big fan of it, and I would love to see them invest more in it in AEW. So, if they do get those, brilliant, sign me up. I'd love to see it. I'd love to see a vibrant AEW women's division. And it's one of the big criticisms you hear of AEW is their women's division. So, Sean, excellent question, dude. Brilliant. Defcon Prime said, these figures have already hit down here in Palm Bay. Which ones? The Royal Rumble ones? Have they come through? Or the Legends ones? Which ones, Defcon? I'll have to keep an eye out. Supportington said, hello, Days. Supportington has COVID during his duties behind closed doors. I'm sorry to hear that you've picked up COVID. I did wonder if that's what I'd picked up as well. I haven't done any tests. I had COVID before and I've not reacted the same way to it this time, so I don't think it is. I think it's just a cold. And you know what us guys are like. We don't react well to colds. I don't react well to colds. So I think it's just a cold. But I'm sorry to hear that you've picked up COVID. You'll have to send the butler out to get you some pain relief. You'll have to send the butler out, maybe to go and fetch Dr. Jenkins or something. In my mind, there is like an old school doctor with a long white coat and a little black bag that will come round and sort you out. Give you some of the special stuff, you know? So, Supportington, I hope you make a speedy recovery, my friend. A speedy recovery. Smack Up Zone said, I'm looking forward to Raw tonight. Happy New Year. Smack Up Zone, shout out to you. Smack Up Zone becoming a supporter of the channel as well. It's greatly appreciated. I love seeing all these new members, new supporters joining. I can't wait for the member stream. I'd love to be hearing from you guys. And yeah, like send in like video clips and stuff like this. You can send in video clips. I'll happily play them and we'll talk about whatever you want to talk about. But the question has been raised before about a potential phone-in thing, which I'm a bit unsure about because we have had people making fake accounts and pretending to be other people. And I know that these people are going to try to do that to get... It's not that we're being targeted or anything. It's like, there's not like a big issue. I think it happens to most channels, right? Where you get a little community and then people come in pretending to be other people. Like, you know, there's a lot of kids out there and whatever. So I don't think it's anything more than that. But my concern would be that you think you're about to speak to someone and it turns out to be someone else that's not that person, and then as a result they could end up swearing or saying, like, you know, anything that's offensive or blah blah blah. So I just feel more comfortable, I think, with videos being sent in that I can watch beforehand and know that there's nothing in there that's going to upset people. Maybe the opinion will, but I don't care about that. But, you know, nothing that's going to be offensive or anything. For the wrong reasons. But definitely open to that in 2024, where we get some videos that aren't just my opinions, and, like, you know, maybe we do something on the Sunday stream. I think these streams, there's not really time to do them because we do have a good chunk of time before the show starts, but there's normally a lot of news to talk about and a lot of topics to go through, and then bang, we're into the show, and then, well, there's no way you can do anything during the shows. So I would say, like, the Raw, the NXT, the SmackDown streams, there's not really much room there. But the members stream, there definitely is. The Wrestling Escape Pod, which is the podcast we do on a Tuesday, we do it on a separate channel. I need to start sharing links on this channel to that. There's so many people that don't know where it is, which I've just never thought about doing before. But the Wrestling Escape Pod, we can definitely use that. The Sunday stream, we can definitely use that. So I am open to people kind of sending in their thoughts and engaging more with the community. That's something that I'm looking to do more this year. So maybe that's something we'll chuck around on the member stream this week and see what people are thinking and see if people are open to it. But listen, the new members that are joining, I'm hoping that is going to give us new opportunity to like have some new voices and meet some new people and get some more video submissions. So it's exciting. So Smack Up Zone, shout out to you. Welcome, my friends. Hopefully I'll see you around, obviously for the rest of the stream, but on Thursday as well for the members stream. And I'll see all of you on Thursday, because this Thursday, as we said, we're doing a bonus stream. We're doing the preview of 2024. We're going to see what WWE have got in store for this year. I think we know most of it, all of it, but Or there may be an announcement in there. We don't know. If not, it's going to be interesting just to get everything in one place. I'd love for them to talk about that WWE experience. That was announced during Survivor Series, and then no one has spoke about it since. But apparently in Saudi Arabia, they're opening a WWE experience, some sort of Hall of Fame, some sort of tourist attraction where you can go around and see this amazing WWE experience thing. So I don't know when it's opening. I don't know like how much it is to get in. I don't know what's going to be there. I don't know, are there meet and greets, or I don't know. I don't know what's going on. I would be tempted to go. I would be tempted. I would be nervous. But I think I've been sports washed enough where I would feel comfortable to go now. There's been listen, Big John Fury tells me that Saudi Arabia is amazing, right? If there's one thing that I've learned from Big John Fury, Saudi Arabia is the place to be. If you're not in Saudi, you're not living. So I feel comfortable that I could go, and I think that would be really interesting. I mean, I don't have money to go, and I don't think it's open anytime soon, so I'd have to save. But that could be really interesting to actually go. That would be my WrestleMania. I've said before, if I went to WrestleMania, I would be more excited for Access than I would for actual WrestleMania, which sounds crazy, but Access is where you get all the in-ring war gear, the kind of stuff from the warehouse, that all these artifacts from the past, like signed contracts from like different segments, or broken chairs from different segments, or Andre the Giant's actual boots, like these things that you've seen on TV, you can now see in person right in front of you. Like, that is magical to me. That is just whoa. Like, seeing some of the actual Ultimate Warrior ring gear, like, I don't know, how about the jacket that he wore from like WrestleMania 7, like the actual one that he wore right there in front of you, like that is. So maybe this WWE experience thing, which I'm sure will open at some point next year, maybe that's going to have all that kind of stuff in there. If it's just going to be like weird, I don't know, games where you go and you can create your wrestling name or something, the kind of thing you could do on a website at home. If it's going to be like stupid stuff like that, I'm not interested. But if it's going to be like a Hall of Fame that's going to have artifacts and actual merch and everything, I'm proper interested. So that was announced during Survivor Series, and because of CM Punk and Randy Orton, no one has spoke about it since, and I've not seen anything else on it since. But I definitely did see an advert for it. I definitely saw them advertise the WWE experience for Saudi Arabia, but we never established what it was. William said, is Drew beating Seth and Damian cashing in on Drew to steal his win in front of the crowd the best way to cash in and keep a heel Drew run going? I wouldn't say it's the best way to cash in. I would say it's a way to cash in. I wouldn't say the best way. And the reason why I wouldn't say the best way is because I think that the Cody story, Cody and Roman, I think that Cody is going to have to try and overcome a lot to become champion, and he should have to overcome a lot to become champion. It shouldn't be easy. It hasn't been easy. And I think one of the other obstacles that he may have to deal with is the Money in the Bank cash in. So if you was to lose it before WrestleMania, which is fine, you can. It's been done many, many, many times, and it'll be done many, many times in the future. You are just taking an obstacle away from Cody. That is one less thing he has to worry about, because I would keep the Money in the Bank going till WrestleMania for that reason, for the Cody reason. because I think that Cody finishing the story is the biggest story we've got. It's the biggest thing we've got. Cody Rhodes is the biggest superstar. Merch sale-wise, is the #1 seller for last year. He is the guy that's expected to beat Roman. We think we're getting that match at WrestleMania. And we think it would be the end of Roman's title reign. I mean, Roman's title reign has got to be the biggest story we can tell. Cody finishing the story has got to be the biggest thing we can do. And so for me, we just go all in on that. Everything in on that. Whatever we need to do to make that one of the biggest moments in WWE history, whatever it is we need, it all goes into that. It all goes into that. So for me, at this stage, because Damian has still got money in the bank, I would be thinking I'm all in on Roman and Cody. I'm thinking, do I use The Rock? Do I use Dustin Rhodes? Can I get Dustin Rhodes? If I can't get Dustin Rhodes, then do I use Randy Orton? Like, who's going to take out Solo? Who's going to take out Jimmy? Who's going to help Cody level the playing field? Once he's leveled the playing field, is there any other little swerves I can come up with to unlevel the playing fields? I would save money in the bank for that. So, in that regards, I would say that Drew beating Seth, Damian cashing in on Drew, is that the best way to keep a heel Drew going? You can still have Seth win, and that will keep a heel Drew going. So, Drew getting distracted by someone, or something, even him losing clean and just getting frustrated at not being able to get it done, because we all know that Drew wants to win this title in front of the fans, and if he doesn't do that, he's going to be frustrated. So if he was to try and lose clean or a distraction, doesn't really matter, but if he was to lose, he's going to be livid. This is his chance, and who knows when he'll get this chance again. And he'll be livid. He'll be livid with himself, but he will take it out on others, because, this is his chance to win this title in front of the fans. Something which was taken away from him because of the pandemic going back to 2020, which, it's weird. It doesn't feel that long ago, the pandemic in 2020, but it's 4 years ago now. But yeah, he was denied that. And I think that it's going to be interesting. I think Seth retains tonight. If we're going to do predictions, I'm going to go with Seth retaining. I think there could be some outside interference, which then sets up Drew's next feud. If not, then I would expect Drew to snap. And I would expect Drew to really just go after Seth. But I don't think we're going to keep doing Drew and Seth. So we've got to move Drew away from Seth. So someone else has got to get involved. Either they distract Drew or they come to the rescue of Seth. I feel like we've got to get Drew away from Seth after this. So my prediction will be that Seth retains. Someone is going to get involved at some point, either as a distraction or to make the save. And then we can start moving Drew away from Seth. I don't think Drew will get another shot after this. Don't think he gets another chance. But I don't think that he wins the belt tonight either. But the odds are quite close, We were looking at the odds, and they are quite close. The people are, in fact, they're so close. Let's do another poll. So we said, where does MJF go now? We had 775 votes, which is amazing, and way more than what they get on Cage Match. And it's really close as well. People are like 50-50 on this. Well, almost 50-50, because 52% of people think that he is on his way now to WWE. 48% of people think that he's going to stay with AEW. So people are divided on this one as to what's going to be happening there, but we will find out soon enough. So we didn't really get much clarity as to where we are going with that one from the community. But a slight lean towards MJF potentially going to WWE. Well, let's see what the community feels about tonight's match. Who wins? Or actually, who leaves as WWE World Champion? Who's going to leave as the World Champion? Is it going to be... I don't know why I've put that in caps, but I have, and I'm keeping it. Is it going to be Seth, or is it going to be Drew? Boom. 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 Right, so William, shout out to you, dude. Wrestling Fan Man said, Days, Happy New Year. I am just wondering, what do you think of the new updated AEW Worlds title belts? In my opinion, I like the new center logo, but I don't understand why some don't. To be honest, I've not really seen it. I did see a picture of it, and it just looked like the old one to me. I didn't really see much change. So if you're telling me that it's different, we'll have to go back and have a look at it. I saw it and I was like, oh, right, it's just going back to as it was type thing. So it didn't really have I didn't have any reaction to it. I think Sean, was it Sean that had it? Was it Sean that had a picture of it? There's a lot here from Mercedes. What's all this? It's your girl Mercedes. Mercedes has been in talks with AEW, and those within the industry expect that to be her likely landing point. More details, what is and isn't official. So this Mercedes news has been rumbling on for a little while now, hasn't it? Been rumbling along for a little bit. God, he puts out a lot of stuff, doesn't he? I'm scrolling back and back and back. I still ain't got anywhere. I've only gone 6 hours ago. Lots of retweeting. Does he just sit on Twitter all day, Sean? Been scrolling for about an hour, and I'm still only 8 hours ago. Smojo, Tony Khan. I think it was on here. If we do all this and it turns out it wasn't, that'll suck. I don't think it was, you know. Bum 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 bum. AEW belt. There. So this is it. So it looks like the same. It's the same shape and everything. The center plate. Who is this from? AEW belt designer Red Leather posted a photo of this, which seems to be the new belt. So it's not confirmed. Well, I'll tell you my first thoughts. Well, my first thoughts was, oh, it's going back to as it was, like same shape and everything. Bigger thing in the middle. I don't have a problem with that. The only problem I've got is, why is the Elite and the E in gold? Because I was under the impression their new logo was all like one color. And it was all like, we don't do that anymore. That was the old company. Because they've changed the logo and the look of it now. Oh, there we go. That's... What have they done to you? So that was the old one, was it? And then that's the new one. Yeah, I mean, it's no different, is it? Apart from that bit in the middle. Have they made the globes, some couple of globes on the sides? But other than that, to be honest, it doesn't bother me. The only thing I would say is the E and the Elite being coloured in. I don't understand, because I'm sure their logo is just white now. All the letters are white. This reminds me of like their old kind of vibe, so we'll have to see if that is the belt going forward. Doesn't bother me. I'm not massively bothered by it. I think the older one probably looks a bit better, if I'm being honest. Comparing them side by side, I think the older one looks a bit better. But I don't look at the new one as like a disgrace or anything. It's fine. But the E and the Elite being in golds, that bothers me. We don't even know if that is the one, to be honest, yet. We'll have to see if it is. I like the center logo. I don't understand why some don't, says Wrestling Fan Man. I think it's because it's just a bit more like before. It seemed to fit quite nice before. Like before, it just was there and sleek. Whereas now that looks like a plate that's just been slapped on top. Like it looks like we've just got the logo and like a sticker and popped it on the middle. It doesn't seem to fit as well as this one. The one on the left, just that looks like it's part of the belt. The one on the right looks like a sticker has been slapped on. So I think that's why people are having that reaction to it. I don't mind it. I didn't even notice it. So clearly I didn't have an issue with it because when I first saw it, it didn't stand out to me. So yeah, I don't have a problem with it. But if I was given the option to choose, I would go with the one on the left. I think it just looks like the AEW logo is part of the design, whereas that one, it does just look a bit more like a sticker has been stuck on. But it's no big deal. I ain't freaking out about it. And as I said, I didn't even notice it. So, Wrestling Fan Man, shout out to you, buds. Aaron says, hello, Aaron. Hope you had a good New Year. What do they do with Drew? If I was WWE, I would do everything to keep him. He's the best part of Raw. I love the character. I think he's very valuable. I think Drew's really tricky because I don't know that his connection with the fans has ever been of the level of a Seth or a Roman or even a Sami Zayn. He is someone that can come across as a little bit cold. I think when he's a baby face, he can come across as a little bit cringe. I mean, him with the sword, the Angela. I know that wasn't his fault. It was the booking. But when he's doing babyface promos, he can kind of throw in a few lines that are a bit cringe as well. Like, I think just naturally is a bit cringe. He's the dad, he's the uncle at the party. You know, he comes out with a few cringe. It's me, basically. He comes out with a few cringe lines every now and again, and you're like, oh. I much prefer him as a heel. I much prefer what we're doing with him now. I think we avoid the cringe with what we're doing with him now. So him as a heel, completely agree. What do you do with him now? I think that, yeah, you try and keep him, definitely. I don't know that you move mountains, to be honest. I think that he is someone that brings value, but I think WWE have got a lot of people that bring value. I think he's a really good heel. I think he's someone that he's hard to book, to be honest, because I think he will get to a world title again, but I don't see him as being someone that's going to have, like, you know, that title for a long time or have multiple reigns or stuff like this. I just feel like he's a good person to have on the roster. He's a good, reliable, steady hand. He's someone that's going to give you a good match with the right opponent. You can build up a good story. Like, it's good. He's good. He's good. I definitely think he's worth keeping. I completely agree. I think him as a heel right now is the most engaging he's been for a while. I think you just keep doing what you're doing with him, which is that brawler, no nonsense, tells it like it is. I think I'd be interested to put a few people with him as well, you know. I think I'd be interested in him having a little group and seeing what that kind of what comes of that. Because he ain't gonna get the belt off. I don't think he gets the belt off Seth. I don't think he's going to be around Cody and Roman or anything like that. So after today, if he doesn't win the title, I've got to think he's going to be away from the title now. He's going to be away from the title for a bit. So yeah, what do you do with him next? I think you're going to need to really have him in a juicy feud that's got something really personal built into it. It needs to be that he's going after someone for like some real personal reasons, and there's like a real grudge, someone that's got some real heat. The kind of feud where he goes round their house, you know, not when they're not in, just does it when they're in. Knock on the door and there's a confrontation on the doorstep type thing. Like, it needs to be quite heated. Like, I want to see something like that for him. But yeah, I think you definitely tried to keep him. I really like him. I think he's not been used well. I don't think we've seen his real value for a long time. I think him as a face with the sword, Angela, all that stuff wasn't great. Wasn't good. I was feeling quite disconnected from him, and I think a lot of others were as well. So now he's heel. This is the best work he's done in a long time. So, Aaron, hope you're having a good New Year's, but I'd love to know what would you do with Drew? Put it in the chat. What would you do with Drew? Would you make him champion? Give him a run with the belt? Would you put him in a tag team? Would you put him in a faction? Would you have him go after a mid-card title, a tag team title, women's title? What would you do with Drew? Matthew said, Days, Happy New Year. Do you think Sammy will be back tonight? I suppose he could be. Yeah, it's a kayfabe injury. So he's had a little while off. So he could be. I hope he gets the title win he was robbed of last year. He deserves it. I agree. I would love. It's my number one thing. I was thinking this, you know. I was like, who is my favorite super? Who is it that I root for? Who is it? Like, what? Who do I want to win? I watch all these wrestlers, and we talk about all these wrestlers, and we've all got our favorite wrestlers, but who is it that I want to win the title? What would be the big thing for me? And it's Sammy. It's definitely Sammy. Sammy is someone that grabbed my attention in NXT. I didn't know him before as El Generico, but he grabbed my attention in NXT, and he played that underdog character. And he was never, like, quite getting to the mountaintop. And then he did. And as soon as he did, of course, he gets turned on by Kevin Owens. And then they end up having great matches, of course. And then it comes to the main roster. And again, he just can't get to the mountaintop. But he's been on the main roster so long. So long. It's like 8 years or something now. He's been on the main roster so long. And he's had very few title opportunities. He's done so much stuff, and I think that he is definitely someone that at times has just fallen into the background and is at times just been, it's Sammy, he's just on the show, right? But he's always put in a shift. He's always, even when he was doing the conspiracy stuff, where he was like, he thought there was conspiracy against him, that was entertaining. But it was nowhere near a title thing. It was kind of something you watched and enjoyed or whatever. But, you know, it's hard to kind of get behind someone when you can see they're just stuck in a mid-card. Now that he's got this momentum, now that he's been in the bloodline, had a title opportunity, just broke away from Kevin Owens, declared himself a world champion superstar. Like, now that Triple H is booking, you feel like there's a chance here. There's a real chance that we can get him to a world title. And if I could choose anything for this year, it would be that. I would take that over Cody finishing his story. I would take that over CM Punk finishing his story. I would take that over Rock Roman, right? I don't care. I'm not saying that it would be bigger, right? It would be bigger for me, but I'm just saying, what is it that I want? Is totally selfish. What would be the number one thing I would want this year? And it's Sammy winning a world title. That would be number one. I'll take Rock Roman. I'll absolutely take Rock Roman. And I'll take Cody finishing his story. No issue with those whatsoever. But if I had to pick and add a gun to my head, what is it that you want? You can only have one thing. It's not a problem. There's not a decision. I want Sammy to win a world title. The work that he has done, the shift that he has put in, I just think that I would like to believe, I would like to live in a world where that kind of work, that kind of commitment, that kind of dedication gets rewarded. And the world doesn't always work that way. The world isn't always that place. But I would like to think it is. And he is someone that always puts a shift in for his matches, always cuts fire promos. I mean, he is always like going off on, like, you know, real passion in his promos. I mean, his promos are fire, his matches are fire, his look lets him down, in all fairness. That's the thing. He's not a big guy, he's not a jack guy. He could walk through an airport, you wouldn't turn your head if you didn't know he was a wrestler. He's just a dude. He's just an average Joe. And I think that has held him back under Vince. I don't know that it's going to hold him back under Triple H. Triple H doesn't seem to have that problem, which is good. So I would love to see Sammy do it as well. So I am right there with you, Matthew. I am right there with you. That would be my number one thing as well. And I would like to think that the kind of work he's been putting in, the dedication, the commitment, all them house shows. I mean, it's got to be about 8 years he's been on the main roster now. I'd like to think that he gets there. And even if he doesn't do it this year, if he's in a great place for 2025, and it looks like 2025 could be I'll take that. I'll take that. Even if it's not this year, it's actually 2020, I'll take that. But I just hope he gets there one day, you know. Matt Carney said, why do some people see everything as a work? Is it similar to religious people seeing the face of God in every random shape? What is the psychology? I think that people don't want to get caught out. I think that's what it is. I think people don't want to be conned. They don't want to be fooled. They don't want to be embarrassed, is what it comes down to. If someone is pretending to be injured, working an injury, and they're working you, and you fall for it, people seem to get embarrassed by that. And they also get embarrassed because other people will ridicule them. They'll be like, guys, it's a work. Can't you tell a work? You're not watched enough wrestling. This is clearly a work. You get a lot of that online where people are like, it's clearly this. When I don't know if you saw it, but when the Devil was revealed as Adam Cole, I had a lot of messages from people going, knew it. It was so obvious. It's like, no, it wasn't. It wasn't obvious. It wasn't obvious. Because if it was obvious, we wouldn't have spent weeks and weeks and weeks talking about all the people we thought it was. You know, there was MJF getting mentioned. There was Britt Baker getting mentioned. A lot of people thought it was Jungle Boy, Jack Perry, right? So it was not obvious. I'm not having that. But people don't like to be seen as being caught out. Don't like to be seen as being conned, fooled, hoodwinked. They always like to be seen as being in the know. This is why people like to have that inside information, so they're always one step ahead of the game, right? Because they don't want to get caught out. They don't want to embarrass themselves. They don't want to say something which makes them look stupid. And they see everything as a work because if it's they see everything as like being a work, because that way they can like not get caught out by it. Oh, it's just a work. Yeah, of course it's a work. If it's a shoot, if it turns out to be real, well, okay, fine. It doesn't really, it's not as embarrassing that way, but it's more embarrassing the other way. If you think that everything they're doing is just fake and they're doing it to try and catch you out, then that's why. You know, that's why, because people don't like to be embarrassed, don't like to be caught out, don't like to be hoodwinked and conned and whatever. It does. To be honest, that side of it, I do understand that. That doesn't bother me. I think it doesn't bother me because I grew up when I really believed it was real, and everything was conning me. When I was young, everything fooled me. I mean, I'd been watching wrestling for probably a good couple of years until I realized. Well, I didn't even realize. Someone had to tell me. I didn't know. I didn't have a clue. I thought that everything was real. And I love those times, and I miss those times, and I wish I was still living in those times, where everything you saw on TV you totally believed. I mean, that wrestling is really at its best. Wrestling can never be as good once you know it's all scripted as when you think everything you're watching is real. So it doesn't really bother me as much, to be honest. It doesn't really bother me as much, that side of it, I think what it's difficult because there's a lot of people out there that will put you. It's wild when you think about it, because if you're a wrestling fan anyway, there's enough people out there that are waiting to ridicule you, right? There's enough they're queuing up. If you enjoy wrestling, it ain't the coolest thing in the world to be into, right? There are way cooler things you could be into. Other sports teams, different tech that you could be into. Lots of, like, I don't know, movies, music, bands, whatever, right? There's enough people out there that are willing to shoot us down, right, for being fans of pro wrestling. And it's just wild how fans of pro wrestling put down other fans of pro wrestling so often, so comfortably. It's like everyone's shooting at us. It's coming from all angles. If you tell people that don't watch wrestling, you watch wrestling, you're probably going to get bombastic side eye. And then if you think that something is real, oh my god, I think he's really injured, there'll be enough wrestling fans going, are you an idiot? It's clearly a work. And so then you've got wrestling fans having a pop at you as well. You can't win. Cannot win. Where are you meant to turn? Where is salvation? Where is give me shelter from the storm? So I think there's a lot of that goes on. A lot of that. And I think at the end of the day, it comes down to the fact that people just want to be seen as being switched on and knowledgeable and really, on the pulse, if you will, of what's happening. But I gotta tell you, when you reach my boomer age, you realize that, honestly, the less you know, the more enjoyable the product is. It's not the more you know, it's the less you know. If you can be actually surprised by things that are going on, be surprised. I hate spoilers. They suck. Spoilers suck. Like, I'm so pleased that the CM Punk return wasn't spoiled. When that happened, my reaction wasn't, oh my god, the dirt sheets got it wrong, or we said it wasn't going to happen, we got it wrong, or I got it wrong. That wasn't my reaction. That wasn't my first thought. My first thought was, this has changed everything. This has changed everything. This is incredible. I never thought I would see this. I'm watching something I never expected and something I never thought I would see. This is why my reaction to it was one of just like, I couldn't process it. I couldn't process it. It wasn't going in. I could hear the music. I could see the graphics, but it wasn't going in. I could not process it. Like, it's happening. It's happening. It's actually happening. It was. Do you know what? Actually, that reaction of it's. If ever you want to know, is there anything beyond screaming? Is there any, when something happens, you go, "Oh my god, we've got a new champion." Blah blah blah, and you get really animated and excited, right? New champion, Roman's lost his belt, right? Blah blah blah. Is there something beyond that? The answer is yes. The answer is yes. What's beyond that is just not being able to process it, not being able to even understand what you're seeing. Like, it's not computing. That, to me, that is I think. I can't remember. I wish we'd have done a watch along for WrestleMania 30, because I think my reaction was the same when the Undertaker streak ended. There was no screaming places down or anything like this. I remember it just being, has that happened? Are they going to reverse this? Like, is the streak ended now? Is Brock the one? And again, that's a moment where you're like trying to compute what you've just seen. So I think there is something that lives beyond the screaming and the shouting and all of that stuff. It's that. It's the what have I just witnessed? And that is. To be honest, I don't want to go there too many times. That kind of confusion is not a great place to be. I'd much rather be in the screaming and the shouting place, but I love not knowing what's going to happen. So the whole work thing and being caught out and all that kind of stuff, people need to not worry about that stuff. It doesn't matter, it doesn't matter. Delwyn, shout out to you. Really appreciate the support, dude. And I really appreciate everyone joining us for this Raw. Obviously, there's a few thoughts that The Rock could be on the show. We don't know. I know people are excited, but we don't know. We're going to have to wait and see. He is just but a few hours away. He's surely got to be tempted. And Nick Khan is surely coming back to the show as well. Like, look, do you want to jump in the car? So we could be seeing the great one. Delwyn, though, said, I really like MJF. I can see him in WWE a couple of years' time, but Max won't go nowhere. Tony had to keep him. Sasha isn't worth going to join WWE, maybe AEW. She won't get paid lots like Flair. But not a chance if I was Nick Khan. Hang on. So you like MJF, you think he stays with AEW. Sasha isn't worth to get to join WWE. Maybe AEW. She is expected to go to AEW. She won't get paid lots like Flair had, but not a chance if I was Nick Khan. So you're saying, like, don't pay her because she walked out. Is that your stance? I think a lot of people have that opinion, and to be honest, I think my opinion on it is, how much money is she going to bring in? If she's going to bring that money in, then she's worth that money. If we can run the numbers and work out that she's going to bring in 20 million, then I don't know what percentage they work at. But if she's going to bring in 20 million, then she is worth 10% of that? 20% of that? I don't know what the percentage is. I'm sure they must work out. We think they're going to do this on merch sales. We think they're going to do this with whatever, blah, 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 blah. They must have a rough idea as to what these people can bring in on the revenue streams. And so as a result of that, then you go, I'm sure, with some sort of percentage to give you a rough ballpark of we think you're worth. That must be how they work it out. Or there must be some system as to how they work it out. So for me, I would just go back to that system. I'd use that system. I think she's going to bring in X. 10% of X is Y. So she's worth Y. I wouldn't really get my emotions involved of oh, she walked out, I'm not spending this, blah 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 blah. I think for me it's water under the bridge. I know people feel different. I understand it. I really, really do. I was not a fan when she walked out. I was not a fan at all. I was very critical, and I gotta say there was people that didn't like me being critical about her walking out. They felt I should have been on the talent's side rather than the company's side. That was a criticism I faced. I ain't changed my opinion. I think contracts get honoured. I'm a big believer in contracts get honoured. And it doesn't matter which side, company side or talent side. If you're the company, you honour contracts. If you're the talent, you honour contracts. Contracts get honoured. So for me, I haven't changed my stance on that. So yeah, it's irrelevant. She's expected to go to AEW anyway. So right, the show is opening. Delwyn, shout out to you, buds. Good conversation as always. We've got Michael Cole and Wade Barrett in the ring. They're running down what we're going to see on this show. No Kevin Dunn around, of course. They're just running down the matches that we've got coming up. Michael Cole and Wade Barrett in the ring. I wonder if this is something they're going to do on a regular basis. This isn't a normal way to start the show. Gaming in Real Time said it's going to be Brock, and then we get a unification match with Roman. A former WWE champion returning to Raw. Find out later tonight. The American Nightmare, Cody Rhodes, live tonight on Day 1 Raw. Norm, Grimes, and Nile, shout out to you guys. I hope you are well. Welcome, welcome, welcome all, as we are live for the first Monday Night Raw of 2024. And we're starting with big time. And we're starting with a match. So we had Michael Cole and Wade Barrett in the ring. They just ran down the card. It's not the biggest cards, but now we're starting with Becky Lynch, Nia Jax. Sign in the crowds. Someone's holding up, says, I heart Becky Lynch. November 12th, 2018. 6 days before Survivor Series. This was massive for her. Massive. Boom, look at that. Broken nose. Nia Jax. This was so iconic. This made her. Well, it didn't make her, but it sort of made her. She cannot look back on this with anything other than just, you know, excitement and pride. And it was so big for her. That moment of her standing in the crowd with blood all down her nose. So Becky's talking about how they kept missing each other. So big match coming up. That punch was a lucky swing. Imagine if I punch you with my full force. Oh man, let's go. I tweeted you about NXT tomorrow, said James. Okay, thank you. What's going down? There are some confetti pieces falling from the rig. Something might happen tonight. Some confetti pieces falling from the rig. Okay. Sad news to kick off the year. Due to a visa issue, I am unable to leave Mexico. I will miss NXT New Year's Evil, but the LWO has got a big surprise for No Quarter Catch Crew and the NXT Universe tomorrow. Oh, could that be Andrade? Could that be Andrade? Could we see Andrade on NXT tomorrow? Zelina Vega says, I have a little secret. Zelina Vega has got a little secret. And Dragon Lee has got visa issues and says there will be a surprise tomorrow. James, shout out to you. That is huge. So, Zelina tweets. Dragon Lee tweet. I really appreciate people tagging me in these things because it's good to obviously bring onto the channel. It builds up a bit of excitement for tomorrow. It's not a spoiler. You know, I'd feel a bit different if it was a case of, like, Andrade is definitely on the show tomorrow type thing. But, you know, this... Zelina's got a secret. And Dragon Lee can't make it tomorrow and there's a surprise. Could be anything, but it does make me think Andrade. And I appreciate it because, of course, these are great things for us to talk about on stream, but also I can put them into the unseen video after. We will do an unseen video. I really enjoy doing unseen videos as well. I couldn't get one done on Friday. First of all, it was a best of show. I'm sure we still could have done one, but I was not feeling brilliant. I'm feeling a lot better right now than I was. Still there, but, you know. Right, we are underway. So, let's have a look and see our poll. Big Becky chance, you know. As Becky and Nia go at it. Who leaves as WWE World Champion? 77% of you think that it is going to be Seth Rollins. 77% of you say Seth. And 22% of you think Drew. Big. I'm guessing that's our main event. And we are wondering if we may see The Rock tonight. Becky gets scooped up. Slammed down by Nia. Now, I'm interested to know, I think it would be quite fun. I don't know if we're going to be able to keep doing this throughout the whole year, but I think it would be quite fun to score each match as we sort of go along. I could see this being something that we don't carry on all year, but God knows we're going to try. So, we've got Jey Uso and Kofi. They're taking on Imperium tonight. That's just been announced. As Nia drops a big elbow. So, yeah, I think we'll look to score each match. Maybe this will lead to Andrade, Zelina, Cruz, Joaquin, Carlito against Santos, Elektra, Angel, Umberto, and a mystery partner. Spurs Gamer, shout out to you. There's a lot, isn't there? I mean, yeah, maybe you're right. There's just a lot. I mean, we've got the Legado guys. We've got Angel. We got Umberto. We got Carlito. We got Rey Mysterio. We got Zelina. We got Andrade. We got Santos Escobar. I mean, there's a lot of moving parts with this feud. I hope they know where they're going with it and we're not just playing it by ear, you know? Oh, leg drop just misses there by Nia. Becky goes against the ropes. Nia, one. Kick out. Kick out. Ashton said, how do you see Andrade coming out? Well, I mean, I'm thinking he's going to be on NXT now. I think, to be honest, when he was at his best was when he was with Zelina. And I was hoping they were going to put them back together. Because I remember he struggled on his own in NXT. And then as soon as Zelina joined up with him, wow, such a change. I mean, like, I don't know if you've ever seen it. Many of you will. But if you've never seen Andrade Johnny Gargano from NXT TakeOver, I would have that match as one of my top 10 NXT matches of all time. It was the main event of a TakeOver show. I don't remember which one. But it was Andrade against Johnny Gargano for the NXT Championship. And it was absolutely brilliant. It might be the best Andrade match I've ever seen. He had some brilliant matches, actually, with Rey Mysterio. I want to say, like, early 2019. Or maybe early 2020. But he had some brilliant matches with Rey that I remember on TV. But he was brilliant in that match against Johnny. And before that, he was brilliant. He was great, but there was something missing. There was definitely something missing. And then they put him with Zelina, and it just clicked. So for me, putting her and him back together again and trying to recapture what made it work when they were in NXT, that would be the right way forward. When they came up to the main roster, I remember they started to put, was it Angel Garza with him? And it just got a bit too crowded. I suppose that's the concern, really. I think Andrade, when he comes out in a mask, takes the mask off and is ready to wrestle, and he's got Zelina Vega by his side, he is dangerous, he is credible, he is so good, he's a great heel, he is someone that you really pay attention to. I think he is better than Santos. I think that he is... I don't think he's better in ring than Dragon Lee, but I think he is more... got a better connection with the fans. With Dragon Lee, I watch him wrestle, and he's a brilliant wrestler, but I don't really feel anything towards him. Like, if he loses, I wouldn't care. If I didn't see him again, I wouldn't care. Right? He's a great wrestler. I got a lot of respect for him, and I'm sure he's going to achieve great things. And as time goes by, I'm sure I'll feel more of a connection. But at the moment, if he's on the show, brilliant. If he's not on the show, brilliant. I'm not bothered. It doesn't do anything for me. But I do respect him as a wrestler. He's a fantastic in-ring competitor. But with Andrade, you get maybe someone that's maybe not quite as good, but someone that I've got a lot more feelings towards. And I think, to be honest, it's because he's had some real emotional bangers, some matches that I've really cared about, and that makes me care about him. So how would I use him? If I was booking, I wouldn't put him in a faction. I would have him on his own. I'd put him with Zelina. She would do a lot of the talking for him. He would be a vicious heel. He would have killer matches. I would build him up to be a real player. Like, I would have him around that main event picture. I think he is really the maybe the best lucha ambassador I've seen since Rey Mysterio. I think he might be the one. More so than Dragon Lee and more so than Santos. I really believe in Andrade. There's something about him that I really have connected with, and I don't know what it is. It's hard to put my finger on. I think it's because that match with Johnny blew my mind. It's one thing to be able to do moves. That's, people can do moves. We see Bad Bunny doing destroyers, right? It's one thing to do moves. It's a completely other thing to take you on a journey, to work a match and change the pace and really connect with you. That's a whole different skill from doing moves. I think Dragon Lee can do moves, and I think he's got the ability to take you on a journey. But I've not been on a journey as satisfying with him as what I did with Andrade. Not yet. So I think that's the honest answer. So, yeah, I've said before, I think that Santos Escobar is like what they would, what they're trying to go for now, because they don't have Andrade, but now they seemingly do. So Andrade's back now. I like Santos. I think he's good. I haven't got a problem with Santos. I think he's good, but again, I've not been on a journey with Santos that's been as exhilarating as a journey I went on with Andrade. Like some of his matches, and that one with Johnny in particular. I'll put that over any Dragon Lee match. I'll put it over any Santos Escobar match. Becky going up top. Leg drop. Going for the cover. 2. Kick out by Nia. She gets a shot. People are into this. Becky looking for a disarmer. Trying to get the disarmer applied. Ash the Blackheart said, Days, Cody gets outnumbered at WrestleMania. Randy comes to his aid, but it isn't enough. Brock's music hits. I feel I'm going too far. I think that when we're going to finish the story, you can go a little far. The only thing I would say is that if sit down power bomb was brutal. 1, 2, shoulder up by Big Time. This is a good match, man. This is a good match. Yeah, what I would say is when Cody finishes his story, I really believe he's got to do it clean. So it's all right having Randy come down, and it's all right having Brock come down, and it's all right having people help Cody. But at the end of the day, it needs to be him and Roman, no one else around, battling, and someone wins. Like, I understand that people will be like, oh, Brock came down, blah, 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 blah. But there needs to be a good 5 minutes, even 3 minutes, whatever, back and forth, where it's Roman winning, Cody winning, and Cody eventually gets the win. She's going for a manhandle in the corner. No joy at the moment. Nia has got Becky up on her shoulders. It's a really enjoyable match. Oh, massive Samoan drop. That should have put Becky away. Massive Samoan drop by Nia. And Becky gets her shoulder up. And look at Nia, like, she can't believe it. Brilliant. Brilliant. These are cooking, man. They are cooking. That was really good. That was really good. Crowd are very animated. So Nia standing over Becky. Becky crawling her way over to the corner. Face first, Becky goes down. I said yesterday on the Sunday stream, I really believe Nia needs to win this. I think everyone should have someone they just cannot get past. And you could say that Bianca might be that person for Becky. But I think Nia needs this. Nia is a monster that just never seems to be able to beat the big names. Like, the big names always get past her. She's a bit King Kong Bundy. You know, King Kong Bundy had big size and, you know, terrorized, like, jobbers. But when it came to actually getting anything done, always fell short. Beautiful right hand there by Nia. That was right on the jaw. Now Nia's going up. If she connects with this. Oh, and she does! 1, 2, 3. Oh, my God. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. Nia wins. That is brilliant. That is brilliant. That is just what it needed to be. No shade on Becky whatsoever. No shade on Becky. She did a fantastic job. But everyone needs to have someone they struggle against. And Nia needed that win. She needed a win against someone of real high caliber. And that's exactly what she's just got. Look at that shot. Boom! Massive, massive strike there by Nia. Becky's mouth all busted open. In fairness, you can see on the replay it was busted before the shot. So it wasn't the shot that did it. She was busted open before the shot. But Nia picking up the win. Brilliant. Yeah, get your scores in. So how do you rate that match? A being it's an all-time like match. It's going to be a match of the year type situation, right? I don't think we should be going A's too often. Let's put it that way. B's were blooming. That was really good. That was good. That was great type situation. C, I would go with okay. That was okay. It was acceptable. It was average. C, I think, is the one we should be going to more often than not. Might feel a little low down, to be honest, but C, I think, is the one we should be. That's where we start, right? Most matches should come out as C's. And then D's are... No, that was outright bad. That was bad, man. D for dunce. D for diabolical. D for disaster. So, I think C's where we kind of average. B is that was good to great, and A should be like this is a match that's, you know, end of the year. We're going to talk about this. End of the year, we're going to get them A's, and we're going to figure out what match of the year was. So get your thoughts in for that first match. I thought it was fantastic, that last one. I really, really did. It was a B+. I know, I wish they gave us more options. I think the way I'm going to do the scoring is the same way I do the show scoring. So I think we can still find a way of separating some of these matches. Right, here's Cody backstage. He's got an American Nightmare jacket on. There's lots of people around. Smile on his face as well. He's a happy bunny. And there we go. We go to commercial break. New Year Knockout Week. Tomorrow night on New Year's Evil. And we got the bump on Wednesday. That's the best of. Then we've got best of 2023. Don't care about that. That's what I care about. The preview special. Don't care about the best of because we've just watched 5 hours of best of. With 3-hour Raw and a 2-hour SmackDown. So I'm not worried about watching the best of. But I am interested in that preview show on Thursday. Not bothered by the best of the bump either. I'm sure, like, the bump's fine. I think it's much better than it was when it very, very first started. I wasn't sure about it when it first started, but it's, I think it's found its place now. But we're not interested in watching the best of the bump. But we are going to be back tomorrow for New Year's Evil. We will be doing the finding out, asking him how his streams have gone, the AEW streams. So we'll talk to him about that. We'll catch up with Tommy. We will do NXT New Year's Evil. We're not doing AEW on Wednesday, of course, because Tommy does it on his channel now. But we will do that preview show on Thursday, and we are doing SmackDown on Friday. So, so much going on. Harry said, 18 months. I'm hoping for an amazing 2024 for everyone. Harry, shout out to you, my friend. Thank you so much for all the support. I really appreciate it. Like, I've said before, the subscribers to the channel, the supporters of the channel, the donations, all of that, it makes just the biggest difference. Without going into like details, because no one cares about the details, you probably get about $1 for every 1,000 views on YouTube. That's probably a rough ballpark. Sometimes it can be a bit more, sometimes it can be a bit less, but it's always a rough ballpark. So if you think that on average we get about 10,000 views for our Raw streams, that's probably about $10 of like what that will mean to the channel, right? So I think you can understand like how important the members are and like how important the donations are and all that kind of stuff. I'm not saying it to get donations. We've had so much support tonight, right? I'm not saying it for that. I'm just saying that I hope the members realize like what their support means and how much they actually help the channel. Like, it really, really does make the difference. It keeps the lights on, so it's really appreciated. And I agree, my friend. I hope that we have a fantastic 2024. I'm sure we will. I'm sure we will. I'm sure a fantastic 2024 is just around the corner. There's some big stuff coming up. I can't wait to watch that preview show. I say round the corner, it still doesn't feel like we're in 2024, but we are. It's the first, actually the second now. And we're on the road to the Royal Rumble, aren't we? I mean, that's the next pay-per-view is the Royal Rumble. I mean, how amazing is that? It's like the best pay-per-view. I love the Rumble. So excited for it. So very much looking forward to the Royal Rumble. End of the month for that one. And of course, it won't be long. Then we're on the road to WrestleMania, which I think you could even argue has already started. I think CM Punk coming back at Survivor Series just gave us probably the most enjoyable December I ever remember. I can't remember December as exciting as the one we've just had. Like, the December we've just had was so noteworthy. It felt like the shows were so big. It was yeah, so good. So good. Been spoiled in December. So I think the road to WrestleMania has already started. Micah McCoy, dude, Are you all right? Happy New Year. God bless and keep up the great work. Micah McCoy, thank you so much. I don't even know how to react to that, to be honest, my friend. That is mental. That is so generous. I really, really, really appreciate it, my friend. And I wish you a fantastic New Year as well. Like, we've had really big donations in the past, and I never know what to say with those kind of donations. Like, they're just so supportive, so important. I mean, the only thing I can say is, like, that's the equivalent of doing 10 weeks of Raw. Like, when we do, like, a normal Raw that gets, like, 10,000 views, your donation is, like, the same as doing 10 weeks. That's the same, to put it into context. How long is our Raw streams? About 5 hours. That's the same as me streaming for about 50 hours. As a ballpark. It's not an exact science, of course. But that's the same as me streaming for about 50 hours, that donation you've just put in. So all of it goes to supporting the channel, keeping things going. You know, this is what I say, you don't ever see me in Lanzarote and stuff like this. It all goes back into the channel in some form. So a massive, massive thank you. That support means a lot. So a shout out to Micah McCoy. Really appreciate it, dudes. Share your thoughts as well, Micah. I mean, that is so generous. What are you excited for? What are you looking forward to? Is it Cody Rhodes? Because he is in the ring right now. James said, Happy New Year days. 2024 is wedding and WrestleMania 40 for me. James, that's quite the combination. Hopefully not at the same time. But James, shout out to you, dudes. Big year. And could it be a big year for Cody? Cody is in the ring. Let's turn our attention to Cody. See what he's got to say. Let's end our poll as well, because I'll forget about this. End our poll. Stan, yeah, shout out to you. Wow. That first match gets an A rating. 43% A. The very first match of the year is already a match we may talk about at the end of the year. Okay, New Year. I'm a little stuck, says Cody. He's a little stuck. Oh, what I've got stuck on is Shinsuke Nakamura. I think we all know that Shinsuke is a force to be reckoned with. So he's just talking about being stuck on Shinsuke and the reasons why he's stuck. I'm stuck. This should be over, says Cody. This should be over. Crowd start chanting for Cody. I can't remember where we are with the Shinsuke thing. Can't remember what happened last time. Oh yeah, the mist. That's what happened. This ends right now. Oh, here's Shinsuke backstage. Here's Shinsuke. Cody. 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 I never thought it would be so easy to get into your head and to become the author of your final chapter. Oof. He is so good at these. He is so good. I have whispered the plot in your ear. Pushed your character to the brink, page by page. I have blinded you so you cannot see the ending. Your story does not end tonight. I want to give the American Nightmare one more week to dream. Jeez. I become what you could never be. I finish your story. Then I close your book. And he mists some glass in front of him by the looks of it. Okay, and then we get the Shinsuke theme. So, I love those presentations. Those video clips are brilliant. How do you think about McGregor coming back, says Orlando, LA? Yeah, well, I'll believe it when I see it. I'll believe it when I see it. That's how I feel about it. But if it happens, brilliant. Welterweight's quite interesting. Is it welterweight, middleweight? I know it's... Oh, it's 185, isn't it? I think he said 185. I think it's interesting. But yeah, with McGregor, you can never quite believe it till you see it. Right, so that first match got a 43%. I'm trying to record it so that we've got it written down going forwards. I want to keep track. I really do want to keep track. That was Raw 1/1/24. Okay, now we're moving on to our next match. This is going to be Kofi and Jay versus Imperium. Oh, hello. We got a mention of the Royal Rumble. Okay, here's Jay. First match got me in timeout. I spoke the truth about Nia Jax, says Andrew. What did you say about Nia Jax? Well, depends what you said, doesn't it? If it's to do with her weight, I don't know that that's something. It depends what gets said. I mean, if it's to do with her weight, I think that's to her advantage. I've never understood this. I don't know that it was that, but we'll start a conversation on it anyway. I've never understood why people criticize like people that have got size in wrestling. Like, that is something you would think would be an advantage in wrestling. You know, makes you harder to slam, harder to maneuver. If you drop a leg or you splash someone, you've got a lot more weight behind it. We do know that it can affect cardio, but I think that's a good thing because we know that that's a disadvantage that these people have. If they are larger, they're probably not going to be able to go 15 minutes into a match without feeling the effects of the match. So that is something that you could exploit if you was going up against a larger competitor. They don't tend to be as agile, but we've seen the likes of Bam Bam Bigelow. Even Yokozuna was quite agile. He was doing super kicks and everything. So even, like, you know, doesn't necessarily mean they're not agile, but chances are they're not going to be as agile. Certainly not going to be as quick as like a lucha or whatever. But there is absolutely a place for larger competitors in wrestling. In fact, wrestling's perfect for larger competitors. Yokozuna, Bam Bam Bigelow, Vader. You know, these are names that come to mind. Rikishi, of course. So Nia having like the size that she does, it makes her different. Wrestling is a natural place for her to be. The body shaming that you see towards her, it's such, I don't get it. I just don't understand. Right? Wrestling is, this is, you know, this is where you would expect someone of that size to shine and thrive, because there's pros and cons to it. And we've learned as well about the strain on the heart. We know that if you have got like a lot of weight, it can be putting strain on the heart. We know that Vince tried to get Yoko to drop some of his weight, tried to get Vader to drop some of his weight. Like, it does need to not get out of control. But I think that I don't think hers is out of control, to be honest. I don't think she's a bigger girl, but she's not someone that I think is like out of control with it. She doesn't like struggle to walk or anything like this, you know. But yeah, she's a bigger woman. She knows that. But I don't get it, because wrestling, this is where that should be. Bull Nakano was quite a big girl as well. She was awesome in the ring. But Bam Bam Bigelow was a bigger guy. He was awesome. Who didn't, like, you know, fear Yokozuna with the size that he had? So, like, this wrestling is just a real natural. It's not like other sports. It's not like boxing or MMA or American football or tennis or soccer, but it's not trying to be. It's not trying to be like those sports. This is a form of entertainment where two people are going to get in the ring. They're going to beat each other. And if you've got some size, it's going to have pros and it's going to have cons. So, yeah, there's advantages and disadvantages to it, but that just makes the matches more interesting, because if she delivers like her finishing move, that's going to have some extra weight to it. If she delivers a splash or a leg drop, it's got some extra weight to it. But equally, she is going to suffer from a cardio point of view. She ain't going to move as quickly, so there's cons to it. But that, to me, only adds to the drama of the matches. I'm a fan of Nia. The only issue I've got with her is, yeah, there's times where she's been unsafe, and you can't be unsafe in wrestling, right? So I agree with that. But I do think sometimes part of it is that she is just so much bigger than the little women that she gets put in there with. You know, they like to have her chucking the smaller girls around. They like to show how physical she is and how dominant she is by her chucking like Kairi Sane around. Well, that's probably going to result in an injury. And it did. So you can point at it and go, oh, she's not safe. But I think when she's in there with someone of a decent size and someone that's, you know, not too small, she tends to do a lot better. If she's in there with someone that's much smaller, then she tends to struggle a little bit. Because it's difficult. When you're chucking like smaller girls around, you probably are going to hurt them. And trust me, I know from experience. If there's anyone that knows, it's this guy right here. Yeah. Here's Imperium. Dort Knight said, serious question for the chat. What star wants character Seth or Jedi would have been great in Star Wars. Got you. With you now. I don't know enough about Star Wars to be able to continue with that. MNF, who cares? Days get better, WWE, says Mr. Quake. Mr. Quake, shout out to you. Did we hear from Mika McCoy as well? I wanted to get Mika coming in, dropping a bombshell, shocking me and the community, and then scurrying off into the night again. So I don't know if Mika dropped any comments. I was going to look to see if Mika did. Oh, hello. Alexa Bliss Gamer said, apparently there is confetti falling from the ceiling. Oh, well, happy 2024. Yeah, I did see that, but apparently there is confetti, which could mean something big for later. I don't know if they would drop confetti for Drew. Don't know that they would drop confetti for Drew. They may do. Cross body there by Giovanni. LS Dub said the Shinsuke gimmick is cool, but there have obviously been better uses of him in the past in NXT and other promotions. He's going to lose this feud, and he could look just like a weak heel. Well, I don't know if the current presentation of Shinsuke is better than what we got in NXT. I think that in NXT his booking was better because he was champion. And so here he's lost against Seth and now seemingly is going to lose against Cody. I don't know if I'd be tempted to have him go over Cody. I know people would be horrified at that, but I actually think we're still a decent way out from WrestleMania where Cody could take a loss to Shinsuke and move on, you know, easily move on and end up winning the Rumble or winning the Elimination Chamber, and the Shinsuke loss will be in the past. And then when Cody is champion, here's Shinsuke. You know, that guy you lost against. I think we're still far enough away from WrestleMania where Cody could take a loss and it not hurt his momentum, you know? Plus also, if Roman was to say, why would I face you? You lost to Shinsuke the other month. You're not a number one contender. If Cody wins a Chamber or a Rumble, it's irrelevant. He's earned the right via winning those matches. So I think I would be tempted to have Shinsuke go over, actually. I know people would be horrified by that, but I think, like we just saw with Nia, that was the right call, and I really didn't think they were going to do it. I didn't think they were going to do it, and I think I feel the same about Shinsuke, yeah. But actual presentation-wise, I'm loving what they're doing with these backstage vignette things, rather than him being in the ring with a live mic going back and forth in person. He isn't doing that. They're pre-recording them and putting the subtitles up, and it just works. It just works. So I feel like this is brilliant, really good. The best I think we can present him right now. Only thing that's missing is wins and momentum. So if he goes over next week, that'll do it. That'll do it for me. Then we're up and running. Then he can have a feud against someone a little lower down in the card to get another win, and all of a sudden, then, you know, he's got a bit of momentum going. And I think that he should be someone that wins the title. But the problem is, like, not everyone can win the title. There's so many people that need to win the titles. I want Sammy to win the title. I feel like Gunther has got to be in the mix. I feel like Cody's got to finish the story. I feel like CM Punk needs the title. I feel like Shinsuke should definitely win the title. We can't do all of that. It's a brilliant position to be in, though, because this reminds me a bit of the Attitude Era, where you had loads of people around that main event scene, right? There was loads of people that you felt could win the title, like a Mick Foley, a Rock, a Triple H, a Stone Cold Steve Austin, a Big Show, a Jericho. Like, the list went on and on and on of genuine main event talents, people that could win the title, right? And I feel like we're getting to the point where we're starting to see that happen again. You know, we build up Shinsuke, and he could be like a person like that. We build up AJ Styles. We've got Randy Orton around. We got CM Punk around. We've obviously got Roman Reigns, but I think once he loses the title, he'll probably stay as an attraction and maybe away from the title going forward. Because I think this run was his run. So I think when he comes back, he'll probably feud with Solo and feud with CM Punk and things like that away from the belt. But we're starting to see these people now, legitimate, you know, Gunther, Sammy, maybe Jay can get there. He's getting great reactions. Kevin Owens, you know, there's definitely that sort of Attitude Era vibe of lots of main event talent that I think has been held back for quite a while, but I don't think will be held back under Triple H. A lot of people might go, no, I don't know that Sammy is main event talent. Well, you're only thinking that because he's not been in the main event many times. And the reason he's not been in the main event many times is because Triple H wasn't booking. And now that Triple H is booking, you might see him around the main events more. He's already main evented twice under Triple H, once at Elimination Chamber and night 1 of WrestleMania. So he's already got 2 under his belt, which was 2 more than he had before Triple H took over. And clearly we've got some momentum with Jey Uso. I think everyone can see the future with Gunther. The Doctor is in the ring. This match has been called. Hello, we've got an issue here. I think this might be legit. The official called for the bell. I think this might be legit. Giovanni Vinci. We've got the camera not on him as well. The fact the camera's not on him, I think, is huge. See, we spoke about this in NXT. If the injury was real, they wouldn't have the camera on these people. When Elia got injured by Ridge, they kept the camera on him. When Roxanne Perez got injured, they followed her out the building. This is what it looks like when someone's really injured. If they're working, they're doing a fantastic job. But I don't think they're working, look. You can see him just walking. Even Kofi's like... He's up and walking. So Kingston with a... So Wade Barrett said that the drop kick from Kofi yeah, none of that felt like it was meant to happen. None of that felt like it was meant to go down that way, so... Michael Cole said, we'll get you some sort of update on Giovanni Vinci. To be honest, that one we might have to just say that's like void. But we'll see what people come back with. Kofi Kingston and Jey Uso versus Imperium. Raw 1/1/24. So Kofi and Jey picking up the I think they pick up the win. It's doctor stoppage, so I'm sure they pick up the win. Oh yeah, Shotzi got married, didn't she? And showed up in her wedding dress. I'm loving seeing this footage. I mean, it was all over social media anyway. They're just showing them from Madison Square Garden. They're just showing where the Raw and the SmackDown superstars have been. Defcon said, I don't know. It looks like a neck break. It's Kofi's fault, says Theodore. Oh, I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. I think it's wrestling's fault. These things happen, you know. I think he went for a drop kick, and he seemed to catch him quite high, but you could make the argument that, you know, Giovanni got too close to where Kofi was going to deliver the drop kick. You can sort of know where the drop kick's going to come from where the person's standing. So you need to sort of make sure that your body is going to be hitting where the person is. If you jump and actually put your face more in line with where they are, rather than your body being where they are, then you're probably going to get drop kicked quite high up, aren't you? So, I don't know. I can't say it's Giovanni's fault. It's one of those things. Can't say it's really Kofi's fault. Miz TV with the Judgment Day coming up next. Miz TV with the Judgment Day. We'll end that poll. People split on it. I don't think people have really got the idea as to how this poll works. We're talking about if you vote A, that's like a match of the year type situation. Like, we'll look at the A's at the end of the year. I don't think we can say that last match was an A, right? But it got 31% of the votes. I don't think we're going to say that when at the end of the year, that tag match we just saw is a match we're going to talk about as a match of the year. So A is like match of the year situation. B is, wow, that was great. That was good. That was like, you know, that was positive. C is, it's okay. It's all right. It's okay. Average. I mean, for me, that last match, I would be C or D because of the finish. C, it was okay. It was all right. But D, because the finish clearly wasn't planned, or didn't seem planned, and, you know, kind of, it was what it was. So for me, that last match should have been C or D. So A is a bit unusual. But I think we'll probably jot it down as... I ain't putting it down as A. Forget that. We'll probably put it down as a void because of the finish. So, 2 matches. The first match got an A as well. And that was A 43%. Which was a really good match. I don't have a problem with that. It was a really good match. And then this second one, we're going to put it down as void because of the finish. I've put Doctor Stoppage. I think we will try and do this throughout the year. I think it'd be brilliant if we can then at the end of the year, at the very top, have the best matches up there, you know? This is why I would just really err on the side of caution before clicking on the A. The A should be something that's like, yeah, man, that is going to be in the conversation for match of the month. Match of the month, match of the year type situation. Kim said, I think Punk shouldn't be the champ right now after returning. Priest cashes in. Balor wins the Rumble. Acts like he's going for Roman, but betrays Priest. Balor Priest. Balor Priest. Opens Mania, and Seth Punk main of one, says Kim. Dad Stuff said, what's one thing from the past couple of years that you look forward to hearing more behind the scenes info in a documentary 10 years down the line? Could it be the Bloodline? Could it be Bray? Could it be Punk's return? Or something? That's a brilliant question, that is. That is a brilliant, brilliant question. That is a brilliant question. That is a brilliant question. I think I want to know. My answer would have been Bray's Funhouse and hidden meanings that we maybe never found, or things that he was planning. But the problem is, now he's passed away, we may never get those answers. I don't know that there's anyone. Maybe JoJo knows, but really the person that had the best picture, the fullest picture of it, is now sadly no longer with us. So I think what I was looking forward to was that Bray interview in 10 years' time. That would have been fascinating. Like, this is what I was trying to do with the Funhouse. This is what I thought about this match. This is what was my idea. This is what was Vince's idea. This is what I wanted, and this is what happened. All of that I would love to know. So that would have been the answer, but it can't be now because he's no longer with us. And there may be others that have those answers, but I don't know that they'll have all the answers he did. So I think the true answer now is going to be it will be Triple H taking over, and Triple H. I would like to know, Triple H, what was the first things he wanted to change? What was it that when he took over, he thought, what was his first thoughts? So he's got the keys to the castle now. He's took over creative. What is it that were, at that point, his short-term goals? What were his long-term goals? What were the things he thought he really needed to fix? Like, imagine that you get given creative. Like, you are now in charge of WWE creative. What do you change straight away? What is it that you want to change? What is it that you do in the short term, in the long term? What do you want to change, but you don't think you're going to be able to? Because you've still got Kevin Dunn around, and you've still got people like Vince or Steph, or who knows, there might be people that aren't going to let you change everything. You know, was there stuff he wanted to change but couldn't? Was there like some ideas he had that were shot down? Was there any ideas he had in the early stages that for some reason he just couldn't get working, or injuries meant we went a different way? I would love to know, like, he took over from Vince, what was going through his head? That's what I'd like to know. That's a brilliant question. Okay, Ms. TV. Day 1 edition of Ms. TV. I love that question, Dead Stuff. That's a brilliant question. I hope others are answering it as well. These questions aren't just for me, they're for all of you. So you put your thoughts in the chat as well. Here's the Miz. Are there any women who could have a match with Nia? Have an even match with Nia? Yeah? Yeah, Becky just had a good match with Nia. There's lots of women. I think Raquel Rodriguez. You build up Nia as a monster, build her up as a monster, and then you put her in there with a baby face that can obviously beat her and get like a big win. You know, imagine Nia runs through a load of people till WrestleMania and then faces Raquel Rodriguez one-on-one. Oh, wow! That was brilliant. So the Judgment Day music hit, but out comes R-Truth. Oh, wow, that was brilliant. Here he is. Let's go. He beat JD McDonough. Oh, man, the fans love this guy. We all love this guy. I love this guy. San Diego, what's up? The most likable member of Judgment Day. Look at the smile on his face. God bless this man. Save this man. He's looking. They were all behind me just now. Little Jimmy chants. Is little Jimmy here? Why don't... Not so fast. He's been waiting all year. He said, I've been waiting all year to say this. All rise for the Judgment Day, and people do stand up. Yeah, people standing up. Oh, man. R-Truth is just a national treasure, isn't he? Protect this man. Protect this man. He's got many roles in the Judgment Day. It's complicated. He's doing administrative work. He's trying to make the Judgment Day likable. Oh, here's JD. And Dirty Dom. Is this going to be a tag match? Dirty Dom goes to talk. He gets booed out the building. Look at R-Truth's reaction, man. I tell you what, if R-Truth's goal is to make these two more likable, he's failing hard. He's failing hard. Dirty Dom's getting booed in his own hometown. That's true. That ain't right. JD, you're not even in Judgment Day. It's true. You can be gone, and then he kicks out. You can be a real sass. Real sass from R-Truth. You can be gone. It feels like we're building to a tag match here, doesn't it? Miz and R-Truth against Dirty Dom and JD McDonough. Again, Dirty Dom goes to speak. He gets booed out the building. They're not having it. They're not having it. R-Truth is on, but Daisy's commentating. Nia Becky match. What's going on, said Victoria. I think you're a bit behind, but fast forwards. Your stream's lagging. Zycamy said, is there a #1 contender match for Gunther's championship? What are they doing? They are doing something for his championship, and I don't remember what it is. Bronson Reed's involved in it, isn't he? Didn't he say he wanted a shot at it? There is something going on, but I can't remember what it is. I just remember Bronson Reed being in the mix. Maybe we'll get an answer on it later in the show. We're not even halfway through this show yet. Miz says, the only memory I've got of you last year, Dom, is you being spanked by your daddy. Kinky. Bit pervert. Don't bring that up, says R-Truth. Don't bring that up. You got spanked, Chant, I think. You got dragged around by your mommy. And you got whooped around the country by CM Punk. Again, he goes to talk. They're not having it.
Loud boos. Really loud boos. Yeah, tag match. Would you all like to see that match? Crowd are into it. Oh yeah, the awesome truth. R-Truth said, hang on, I'm in Judgment Day. R-Truth's like, I'll follow your lead, Dirty Dom. On behalf of the Judgment Day, we accept. So, Miz and R-Truth taking on Dirty Dom and JD. He's thinking that they're all in this together. He's like, I'll follow your lead, Dirty Dom. Wrestle with Andy, hello. This is Judgment Day Civil War. We had Bloodline Civil War, didn't we? At the start of 2023. We're just running the same playbook right now. I hope you had a good New Year, Wrestle with Andy. Zachariah said, if everyone here thinks we need Coach back, let me get a hell yeah. It's quite quiet at the moment. I think he said that he wouldn't come back, to be honest. I think he said he was not that pleased with how his last run went. And even if they asked him back, he wouldn't come back. I don't know, to be honest, because now Triple H's booking, he might feel different. But I know he wasn't overwhelmed with joy from his last run. GC Dub 239 Brandon, hello. Punk and Cody fighting as the countdown begins for number 30, and then out walks MJF. Lol, said GS Dub. Mr. Quake said, I knocked Dom face in on a video game. YouTube commentator said Coach doesn't want to come back. Stan69 said, will R-Truth turn heel? Oh, I hope not. There's no need for him to turn heel. He is perfect as he is. All we have to do is just find stuff for him to get his teeth into. Like when he was doing the 24/7 stuff, that was great. But obviously we don't have that belt now. And now he's come back. The idea that he thinks he's in the Judgment Day and everything, this has definitely got, you know, legs. We can continue to do this up until WrestleMania. I'm sure we can find different things to do. So I think it's fine as it is. Turning him heel, I think at his age as well, I mean, he's in his 50s. I think that he is someone that's going to wrestle the odd match, but to be honest, you just want to use him for fun backstage things, and I think keeping him face is the right thing. Return of the Awesome Truth, said Zoom Station. They've got a new coach. It's Byron Saxton, said YouTube commentator. Danny D said this is awesome. Jim said that wink by R-Truth was hilarious. Mr. Quake said coach is moving on. Victoria said I've caught up now. Let's go. PRCZ said if you think Batista will be back, give me a hell yeah. Well, we can do a poll on this and see what people think. Who is the legend that returns tonight? So word on the street is The Rock, but could it be that that's a swerve, or could it be that we get someone and The Rock? Could it be Brock Lesnar? Could it be Batista? Could it be The Rock? Or could it be other? Let's see what people are thinking. I think the majority will go with The Rock, but we'll see. See what the percentages come out at.
Finley said, what a great year 2023 has been. Thank you, Days, for helping bring back my love of wrestling. Here to 2024, says Finley. Finley, shout out to you. If I have played any small, tiny, minuscule role in you finding your love for wrestling again, then that is amazing. That is brilliant. I think I wish more people appreciated wrestling. I think it's one of the greatest forms of entertainment. I think it's so relatable and versatile. And really in wrestling, you can find anything to suit pretty much any taste. So it's such a shame that wrestling has got the reputation that it's got. It's such a shame. It doesn't matter. It doesn't bother me in the slightest. But yeah, it's I think people just don't understand it. As crazy as that sounds. I think most people, when they go, oh, what, you watch wrestling? If ever you have that conversation, I think part of it is they don't understand what makes it appealing because they've never watched it. And if they have watched it, they don't know what's going on, and so they've not got into it. But it's one of those things where you're like, man, if people did watch it and gave it a go, or watched it with someone that knew what was going on, you know? I love to show friends wrestling that don't watch and talk to them about, like, this bits and bobs and, like, this is cool and I'll check this out and blah, 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 whatever it might be. And whenever I've done that, I've never had anyone turn around going, nah, it's not for me. I've never had that. I've always had people going, oh, yeah, this is cool. And I've been into it. So I just think it's one of those things that you've just got to give a go to. And I just think now is the time, man. Now is the time. Definitely. 2024 is as good a year as we have ever had to get into wrestling. It really is. I'm not just saying that because I sit here doing watch-alongs. You've got the return of CM Punk. You've got Roman Reigns on the verge of losing his title. You've got Cody Rhodes trying to finish his story. You've got loads of people coming through the ranks that could challenge for the title. You've got Gunther, longest reigning Intercontinental Champion. You've got Logan Paul, who's a champion in WWE, who loads of people hate but has got such a following that, you know, again, even if you're new to wrestling, that might be a way in for you. You know, that might be a way that you just want to watch Logan's matches, and then you might end up watching some people you've never seen before. So there's so much going on. Great talent in NXT. Shows are being booked better. Although you do look at these kinds of matches, and these are a little bit fillery. But, you know, you're always going to have these kinds of things, aren't you, you know? You can't have banger after banger after banger. And this has got a bit of something about it. The crowd are into this. As there's a 619, but we go to another commercial break. But the shows are being booked better. The premium live events have been fantastic. I've no doubt the Royal Rumble is going to... Oh, it's going to be so good. This is going to be such a good year. This really could be one of the best years they've ever had. All the pieces are there. All the pieces are there. Everything they need is in place. They've got the performers. They've got the ability to tell great stories, and they know how to put on great premium live events. I do think that they sort of ran out of steam a little bit on that front at the end of last year. But hopefully now they've had a break in December, and now we're back with big premium live events. It's no B shows. It's the Rumble, right? We're on the road to Mania. Hopefully, like, this is going to start like a really good run again. What more do you need? Triple H booking, great talent. Really is an exciting time. Jufon Bell, shout out to you, says happy new year and have a good day. Jufon Bell, shout out to you, my friend. It says let's celebrate their 10th super chat on a live stream.
I love these little number things, but I wonder what it goes up to. I wonder if it stops at 10. It would be great, actually, if it just kept counting up, you know? And then you could see, like, how many times people had sent in super chats, whatever, and then you'd be able to see who sends in, like, super chats on a regular basis, who's sending in there first. I really like this, the number being put next to it. I really like that. So, Jew Fun Bell, shout out to you, my friends. Really appreciate the support. We are at commercial break. We're 13 minutes away from getting to the halfway point. We'll do halftime scores as soon as we get to the halfway point. A lot of big things are still to come. So we still haven't seen this mystery person that we're waiting for, and there are thoughts that it could be The Rock. So we still haven't had that. Obviously, Seth and Drew, we're still looking at that situation and who's going to leave as champion. There are people saying that there's confetti raining down from the ceiling, so they've got potentially confetti set up ready to release. Is the entrance stage different as well? That was a talking point from yesterday. The layout, the floor map had a little ramp on the side. I haven't even looked. But I don't know if those layouts actually mean anything or if it's just, you know, a generic stage that just gets put there. They haven't used it if they have got it yet. Kick there by The Miz. Miz going up and crossbody onto JD. JD kicks out. DFT Lewis said Drew wins the title, Priest cashes in, wins the title, then Harry Gunn makes his debut and cashes in his Gun in the Game contract and wins the title, said DFT Lewis. Head of the table said, well, Batista does need money after seeing Guardians of the Galaxy is over. Well, we asked who is going to be on the show, and 37% of you said The Rock. 30%, though, quite a healthy amount of you think it's actually going to be someone else. So there's a good chunk of you thinking it's The Rock, but a healthy percentage of you think it's someone else. 17% think Brock, 16% think Batista. Oh, JD is now offering R-Truth the chance to hit The Miz. I'm sorry, Miz. Oh, and he ends up hitting JD. Knee strike coming in there by The Miz. He pushes JD into The Miz. Skull crushing connects. 1, 2, 3. And it's a win for The Miz. All right, let's do scores. A, B, C. How can someone that gets everything consistently wrong come up smelling of roses? So R-Truth ends up getting the win, even though he keeps botching and getting stuff wrong. R-Truth is still looking quite confused. And R-Truth goes, we did it, guys. We did it, Judgment Day. So we'll see what people think about this one. George said The Rock bring in a rock burger with extra rock sauce. Someone needs to come up with a rock burger recipe with extra rock sauce. That could be delicious. I do love the sound of it, to be honest. It does sound very good. Right, we are looking at Caden and Katana. Let's go. Caden and Katana. Are they going to be talking backstage? Oh, hello, little video package. Then partying with the belts. Oh, this is great. Look at this, Piper and Chelsea. VIP coming through. Don't get too comfortable with our titles. This is brilliant. A promo in a club. Don't come and kill our vibe. Oh, they throw drinks in their faces. I love that. Brilliant. Brilliant. That is brilliant. Might not seem like much, but doing a backstage like confrontation, that would normally be in a corridor. We're doing it in a club. That's the kind of thing you would see on NXT. That's not the kind of thing we've been getting on the main roster. That is brilliant. We need more of that. And I think we will get more of that. Seeing wrestlers living their lives outside of the ring gives them character depth. These aren't just girls that say they go to a club. They're in a club. They're partying, they're dancing, and you're seeing it. They're not just girls that claim they do it. You're seeing them do it. And then you've got, like, Chelsea going, excuse me, trying to find a way past the crowds to get to the tag champs who are having a good time celebrating. Oh, man, I've got so much praise for that. It seems like nothing, but just think of what you could do with it. Just think of, like, you know, doing something with Roman or Solo or LA Knight or, you know, other wrestlers in other locations. Brilliant. Rhea Ripley versus Ivy coming up next. Let's go. Let's go. Right, so that last match, we've got, let's end the vote. Last match got B 31% for that. I still feel like that's a little high, if I'm going to be honest. But it is what it is. I thought it was okay. I mean, for me, I would have gone about a C for that last one. It was fine. B 31%. Again, C's are not. That's okay. C is okay. I know it might feel low, but think about a C on a grade. If you get a C, it's a passing score. A C is fine. It's acceptable. D is bad, right? I think D might even be a passing score still, but D is the one we're going to use for bad. So might take a while for us to just get a bit comfortable with this as a scoring thing. For me, that last one, I would have gone C. But, you know, that's just my opinion. I thought it was an average, fine match. Nothing that special. But you lot have gone with B on that, so I'll record it. And as we said, we'll keep these scores. I'm really loving this system, actually. So we will keep these scores going as we work our way through the year. So B 31%. Bum, 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 bum. Okay. Lovely. Days, according to WWE Superstar Spoiler app, it says the return will likely be Humphrey from Deal Island. Makes sense. Me Not You said, do you see Deonna Purrazzo coming back at the Royal Rumble or siding with Chelsea? Someone mentioned earlier that it looks like she's going to go to AEW. I actually haven't heard anything on Deonna. I think they should get her for WWE. I thought she was good in NXT. And she's obviously gone away and more than proven herself in Impact. I think she would be a great addition to WWE. I think she would be a brilliant person to put onto that Raw roster. I think the Raw roster is just lacking a little bit of experience. It's got the likes of Raquel, Ivy, Chelsea, Piper. I mean, these are people that have had success elsewhere, but they haven't really been in WWE very long. And I suppose you could say the same of like bringing in a Deonna. But I think Deonna has been like a world champion a few times in Impact. She's someone that wrestling fans are aware of, and she's, you know, been a women's champion in a pretty big company. You can't really say that of Piper Niven. I mean, she's, you know, had success, but she's not, I don't believe she was Impact Women's Champion. She certainly was an AEW Women's Champion. So I feel like bringing in a Deonna Purrazzo right now, that would be good for Raw in particular. I think she could go there quite comfortably. But I think AEW need her as well. I don't think she'll struggle to find a home. There's some really good women that are available. Camille of NWA. She's a really good talent. I wouldn't be surprised if WWE had a look at her. I wouldn't be surprised if Tony Khan had a look at her. And that's Julia. She gets like mentioned all the time on social media. People are crazy about her from Stardom. I don't know much about her, but people are crazy about her. Ivy Nile coming up next. She's already in the ring. I love the chains around her neck. Very Leviathan. Rhea versus Ivy. So we did our poll for that last match. Let's do another poll. Who wins? Well, I always do that. It shouldn't be that. Who leaves as champion? Who leaves as champion? Is it Rhea or is it Ivy? Oh, hello. According to Fightful, it's someone who has been WWE champion, says Dark Angel. Dark Angel, shout out to you. The Hurricane is back, says the Internet Menace. Standard Fight said, I'm loving Ivy's look and theme. It's good stuff. Frank White said Jade Cargill is going to win the Women's Rumble. Here is Rhea. Rhea making her way down to the ring. Once we get to commercial break, the next commercial break, we will do halftime scores. So halftime scores coming up, my friends. She is a superstar, says Michael Cole, and she really is. She really is. "2023 was the year of the Eradicator." So Rhea making her way down to the ring. She is so comfortable, isn't she? She is so comfortable with her character and what she's meant to be doing. She's so comfortable with who she is. She is just so established on the main roster now. At such a young age. Michael Cole said she has it all. And it's true, she does. She's got the look. She's got the ability to have banging matches. And she can cut promos. And she's got such a great connection with the fans. Like, you know, from a heel perspective. She does. She has it all. She has it all. Ivy Nile is someone that's going to look to get past Rhea. Don't think she stands much of a chance, but let's see what you lot think. We asked the question. 88% of you think this is going to be Rhea Ripley. 88% of you. Who is this mystery person coming up later, though? Maka said, do you think Mello turns on Trick tomorrow? I think Mello costs Trick. Does he do it on purpose? I'm going to go, yeah. I think just like how the Devil reveal took place at World's End, I think that this reaches its conclusion tomorrow, yes. So I'm going to say yes. She enjoys what she does, which helps a lot, said Mr. Unfamiliar. Internet Menace thinks that the surprise is going to be John Cena. The way she jumps on the ring and licks her lips says, help me, I need Dr. B, #simp. Love that. Oh, look at the power of Ivy. Powering up Rhea on her shoulders. This is for the Women's World Championship. And you know, I think you could make an argument that this is the actual Women's World Champion. I would put Rhea up against Toni Storm. I would put her up against Ivy Nile. Not Ivy Nile. Io Sky. I don't know who the champion is in Stardom, but I'd put her up against that, whoever that person is. I think you could make an argument that this is the best women's wrestler in the world. Maybe not like from a technical point of view, you know. I mean, for example, Miko Satomura lives in the world. If Miko wanted to stretch Rhea, I think she could, and I think there's some people that could, but actual all-round package, I think this could be the woman. Still want to see, if you want to talk dream matches, Rhea Ripley versus Bianca Belair at WrestleMania. I mean, let's go. Let's go. Bianca just sort of lost her connection with the fans a little bit. Just maybe went a little stale. A lot of people want her to turn heel. Big boot there by Rhea. Oof, don't know what that was from Ivy. She went to throw Rhea. Rhea goes to the outside. You're kidding me. Rhea has got the best entrance, says Andrew. The Toni Storm bit is crazy, says Linda. The best female wrestler is Luna Vachon, says Made by Dawn. Blonde Rhea was #1 crush of my life, said Sir Blaze. Rivy said Enzo returns tonight and you can't teach that. William Turdburglar Hensey. How to get timed out in Daisy's chat. #1, make sexist comments with women mods on boards. Miss Clown said dream match Rhea versus a pickle. I don't know. I think you're thinking of a different wrestling match. Stand and Fight said Bianca went Super Cena and started having the same match and promo week after week. People want to see character development. Yeah, that's fair. I don't disagree with that. I don't disagree with that at all. I think you'll get it with Triple H. You don't think it could be a female world champion? Well, I just think it's the way it was worded has kind of caught a few people out, including myself. So they said that a former WWE champion was expected to return. And so I took that as meaning WWE Championship. It's been a while since, like, we have had WWE Women's Champions, but recently it's been a Divas Championship, or it's been a Raw Women's Championship, or a SmackDown Women's Championship. The fact that they said former WWE Champion made me think of the WWE Championship. So that's where my head went. Whether it was just worded in a way that they meant it was a former champion of the company. Like, you know, could be anyone. Like, they could have been a tag champ. They could have been a United States champ. Whether they meant that and they just worded it as a former WWE champion, and I just got the wrong end of the stick, then maybe. But I'm still leaning towards it being a former WWE champion, which is what they said. So, women, would you say that a woman was a former WWE champion? Or would you say they were a former women's WWE champion? I think I would say that they were a former women's WWE champion. So I'm going to go with it being someone that held that WWE championship. It could be a badly worded thing. I said we were going to do halftime scores, and for some reason my voice is failing, so I'm going to use this time to get some water. So here's the song. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I really want to know your halftime scores. Put it in the chat. Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. Are you happy? It's the halftime scores. Are you happy or you sad? Halftime scores, everybody, it's the halftime scores. I should get that recorded. If I got it recorded, I could just press play then. Just sit here like this. Right, boom. That's better. I had some Lemsip before I started the stream, but we've been streaming nearly 4 hours now, so that's probably wore off. So this could be a fun final hour and a quarter. As my nose starts dribbling and as my voice starts failing. We'll get through. We'll make it. We'll live. Right, so Blaze says 5. Ethan said 7.5. Thomas says 7. Brony said 7. Danny D said 6.75. The Beach Kevin said 7.3. Trini said 7. Ribby said 6.27. Arborus said 7.5. Jesse says 7. Intoxicated Drum said 7. Chastity Plum says 8. Rivy said 6.27. Jonathan said, did you hear that new Playboy Carti? Yes. Brody says 7. MJ said 7. Trey said 6.5. Sunny with a 7. Alex with a 7. Inside Out and Again says 8.5. Nile with a 7. Mr. Popo with a 5. Cactus says, does Days have COVID? No, it's just a cold, I think. I had COVID like back like 2022, something like that. And I mean, I was in bed sweating but shivering. I had a really nasty like 24-30 hour kind of it was horrible. And then once it was gone, that was it, it was gone. This has been completely different to that. So I don't think it's COVID. But I haven't tested. Shoulder up there by Rhea. Ledge Killer said 6.5. Jesse says 7. Greg says 8. Daniel said 7. Denise says 9. Miss Clown said 6. Dark Angel said 420. Anthony said 10. Wisp said 7.5. Ledger Killer said 6.5. Roshan said 7. Little John 14 said 6.5. Can't Stop Won't Stop says 7. So people firing in their scores, like Josie Real Gamer with a 6. Tony with a 7.5. Era with a 5. Alex Bliss Gamer with a 7. And we need to turn our attention to this match because we're getting into the business end. Rhea is in control. She goes up, missile drop, beautiful. Beautiful missile drop kick, picture perfect. Ivy Nile pinned over by the ropes, kick out by Ivy. Rhea a little bit shocked. Look at this missile drop kick. That is beautiful. Beautiful. So Rhea is getting back up to her feet, standing over Ivy. Grabbing Ivy. She's looking for a riptide. Don't know that she'll be able to get it.
It's a bit early. Yep. Ivy lands on her feet. Lovely kick to the head. Picks up. Lovely. One. Ivy with the cover. Kick out by Rhea. Ivy slapping herself. Having to try and dig deep. It's a big opportunity this is for Ivy. Ivy again looking to pick up Rhea. She's got her up on her shoulders. But Ivy lands on her feet. Kick to the midsection. Oh, Ivy face first into the knee of Rhea. Clothesline. Ivy goes down. Rhea grabbing Ivy. Ivy on her hands and knees. Rhea picking up Ivy. Ivy gets slammed down. Chest first. 1, 2. And shoulder up by Ivy. Rhea with that cover. This is a vicious clothesline. What I love about Rhea is, and I love this about quite a few women's wrestlers, that they can really throw it in. You know, like Thunder Rosa was someone that always did that. If ever she did a drop kick in the corner or ever went for something, like she really didn't hold back. And I understand you walk a fine line of like injuring people, but if you can do it and do it where it doesn't injure people, it just looks so good. And Thunder Rosa was very good at that. Ilya Dragunov is excellent at that, really throwing it in with intensity. And it really plays into his matches. It's why his matches look as good as they do, because you can do moves and do them and, you know, make them look okay. Or you can really throw them in and really make it look like you're trying to take the head off your opponent. If you do a clothesline, fine, right? But if you really throw that thing in and make it look like you're really trying to take the other person's head off, it makes such a difference. But you do then increase the risk of actually catching them and actually injuring them. So you've got to really have your timing down, you know? Ivy is going for the pin on Rhea, and Rhea gets her shoulder up. So Ivy had Rhea in the corner. There was a lovely sequence where she grabbed her arm, pulled it, and Rhea ended up smashing her head into the turnbuckle. And then she suplexed Rhea off the middle turnbuckle. She's got Rhea on her hands and knees. Kick coming in there by Ivy. Yes, kicks by Ivy. Again, another kick coming in. I wonder if Ivy's gear means something, because it's blue and green and it feels a bit Daniel Bryan, you know? Didn't Daniel Bryan have blue and green gear? And then she's just thrown in some yes kicks. Oh, she went for a crossbody. She went for a crossbody. Headbutt by Rhea. Now the Riptides. Oh my god, that was monstrous. 2, 3. Rhea gets the victory. Yeah, this is what I was thinking. I wonder if it was something that was sort of based on that. I don't know. But she was wearing blue and green. Sort of got that. It's got a bit of AJ Lee about it as well, actually. Either way, it's a victory for Rhea. Let's do a poll and see scores. I thought it was pretty fun. A, B, C, D. Oh, there is Seth backstage. Don't forget, A is match of the show, match of the week, match of the month, match of the year. if you think that's going to be the best match of the show, then maybe save an A for like just once a show type thing, you know? If it's been a really good match, if you yeah, that was good, I really enjoyed it. B, it was okay, it was average, it was all right. C, no, that was bad. D. Former WWE champion appearing next. Oh my god! Former WWE champion. We're gonna find out. We're gonna find out all this. All these thoughts. We are at commercial break. Who is it? Who is it? Former WWE champion appears next. It's going to be Bob Backlund. Mate, I'd love it. I would flipping love it. Justice for Bob Backlund. He deserves. Do you know what? People would be really down on that because they want The Rock and or Batista and whatever. But I would love it if we were paying respects to these legends from the past. Bob Backlund carried this company in the early 80s. And if WrestleMania had started 5 years earlier than it did, Bob Backlund would have main evented WrestleMania. He would have main evented WrestleMania 1, WrestleMania 2, WrestleMania 3. Crazy, innit? But because it started in 85, it's Hulk Hogan that main events. But had it have started in the early 80s, Bob Backlund would have main evented. Geordie316 said, do you think The Rock could be separate from the Triple H tease? Teasing him as a former WWE champion feels a bit weird. It's a good point. It's a good thought. Actually, I don't know what the Rock thing is. I don't think anyone was really thinking The Rock until that picture emerged. And honestly, that picture, it could be anything. I think right now I'm thinking The Rock. I'm thinking The Rock. Because of that picture. We know that Nick Khan's got a great relationship with him. We know that The Rock loves coming back and getting that reaction, right? But could it be separate? Yes. We may not even see The Rock tonight. We may not even see him. It might be that Nick Khan's gone to meet up with him to discuss, like, listen, it's WrestleMania 40. We definitely want you there. Can you come and do a little thing? We're thinking this, we're thinking that, blah, blah, blah. You know, he could be meeting him for that. Might have nothing to do with Raw tonight, so there's no guarantees that it is The Rock. So, yeah, I don't know. I don't know who this is going to be. I think The Rock is, because we've seen him with Nick Khan, because we know he's only a few hours away, because we know he's not filming today, because this is exactly what happened when he showed up on SmackDown. Everything points towards it being The Rock, but it may not be. So, we're about to find out, my friend. We're about to find out. Nile said, I'm going to throw a curveball. Kane. Oh, that is a curveball. That is a curveball. If we were in Knoxville, Tennessee, then yeah, that would be the play, because he was the mayor of there. I don't know if he still is. But San Diego, would we bring Kane over? Not a name I'm expecting, but perfectly acceptable prediction. Right, let's end this poll. I think we're starting to get this now. B, 42%. Here we go then. Who's it going to be? They're making everyone wait. Jinder Mahal? No. It's not. So Jinder's coming out. Fightful have already said it's not Jinder. So Wade Barrett said, this is exactly who I was hoping for. I ain't buying it. So Jinder Mahal making his way down. I'm now thinking it is The Rock. I'm now thinking it's The Rock. Because it makes sense that you upset the crowd and then you bring out a big star. You lull the crowd into a full sense of security and then boom. But that would mean that The Rock's going to come out and he's just going to faff around with Jinder. I ain't buying it. I ain't buying it. So Jinder is in the ring. Fightful also said it wasn't Jinder. Crowds are booing. You've got the audacity to be disappointed. For the modern day Maharaja. I'm a past and future WWE champion. I'm convinced. I'm convinced. If you smell a red herring, it's going to be wrestling days. What has become of the once great nation of the United States of America? Do you feel united? So Jinder running down the United States. You've never been this divided. Ignorance and misinformation. Have we got a USA chant? Shut your mouths. Yeah, that's great. This was once a superpower, and now it's a joke. I am your unifier. If you don't believe me, shut your mouths and listen. I love this for Jinder. I fully expect him to be interrupted in a second, but I love this for him. This is my point. All of you are united on one thing. You just booed your own national anthem in Punjabi. That's a new low even for you. So apparently he just did the national anthem, US national anthem, in Punjabi and the crowd booed. I didn't really hear them boo that much, to be honest. Oh man, a mention for the Iron Sheik. People are on their feet and they've got their cameras ready. The crowd ain't stupid, man. The crowd ain't stupid. You can see them in the background. They're not even looking at Jinder. They got their phones. And they're like, okay, Jinder, yeah. Where's The Rock? If you smell what The Rock is cooking, The Rock's music hits, and The Rock walks out on Raw. He looks
jacked. He looks so good to go. I gotta say, this is better. It's better. It's better than the last time. Last time, Austin Theory wasn't really saying much. Certainly wasn't laying into the crowd like Jinder just did. And Pat was in there kind of putting him in his place anyway. Like, The Rock just wasn't needed last time. This feels better. Like, Jinder's really laying into the crowds. Really ripping into the fans. And here's The Rock. So, this is better. He looks great as well. But I think I don't think the setup was fooling too many people. I don't think he will, but I would love it for him to get into the ring and make an announcement, you know? Rock bottom to Jinder, and then maybe say, guys, I'll see you at WrestleMania 40. I mean, imagine that. I'll see you at the Rumble. That would be sick. That would be sick. There is no one on the planet like The Rock. Ain't that the truth? Just his mere presence. People go bananas. I mean, the star power. There's like superstar power, and then there's like this weird level where like The Rock and Taylor Swift live. I don't know what that level that is, but whatever level it is, he's the king of it. So The Rock is here. The Rock is in the ring. He looks absolutely fantastic, as he always does. Rocky, 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 Rocky. There he is. Oh, God. Again, another picture from social media that just doesn't look that great. I don't know what it is about screen grabs. No one seems to be able to get a good one. Is that better? A bit better. That's what he looks like, if you've never seen him before. So, The Rock is here and is in the ring. What is he going to say, though? That's what we're interested in. What is he going to say? Oh, you're in trouble. You're not the Iron Sheik, that's true. The Rock loved the Iron Sheik. We all love the Iron Sheik. If the Iron Sheik was here, he'd say, "Oh, Rock Bubba, who is this no good, dirty son of a jabroni?" Make him humble. That is exactly what Iron Sheik would say, but probably even more swearing. I love that from The Rock. Nolene, shout out to you, said The Rock is something else. Hey, Days. Hey, Nolene. Yeah, I can't compete with The Rock. Jinder said, if I was you, I'd be ashamed of myself. I'd be disgusted. This is so much better than the last time. That was actually really funny, like the Sheik impression. Rock said he's proud to be the people's champion. And The Rock is damn proud to be an American. Finally. Finally, The Rock has come back to San Diego. They don't boo you because of how you look. They don't boo you for how you talk. No. I don't know what was said. It got muted on TNT Sports. He channeled the Sheik. Love it. Love it. There's that look. There's that face. We're all familiar with the resting bitch face. This is the bitch a-hole face. There's a lot of bad language here. Listen, if The Rock's allowed to say it, I'm allowed to say it. That's the rule. If you was one of the Rock's movies, you'd probably be Baywatch. Shut your mouth when The Rock's talking to you. What, you didn't see Baywatch? It doesn't matter if you didn't see Baywatch. Rocker's got voices in his head, said Andrew. He's going to say he's running for presidency, said Veggie Beast. Baywatch wasn't that bad, said I'm Kyle. Tooth Fairy was worse, said J-Love. USA chants. USA. USA. Been a while since we've done this, innit? The whole USA thing. The Rock knows that you're the modern day Maharaja. You're not the modern day Maharaja, you're the day one douchebag. He's cut a lot more of a promo this time. Last time he was in the ring, do you remember? He got the crowd to chant, "You're an a-hole." And he got them to do it, and then he switched the sides and still got them to chant it, but like you say you are and you say a-hole this time, and I don't know, it wasn't as witty, it wasn't as interesting. He's had a lot more to say here. Perhaps it's because he knew a bit more in advance. In about 10 to 15 seconds. Oh. He's come back to this again. This didn't work last time.
So he's going to get the crowd to chant day one douchebag. He did this last time with you're an a-hole. Well, sum up for the kids. I wish he would do some of substance, though. I wish that we got him and it wasn't just this little one-off segment. I'd love for him to announce he'll be at the Rumble or announce that he's going to be at WrestleMania, or do you know what I mean? Like, give us something more. You jinxed it, said me. I know. I should have shut up. Okay, we can stop this now. Rock says, okay, that was fun. We got one last gift. Oh, okay. The Rock's going to sing a verse from the national anthem. Rock bottom incoming, says tugboats. So he's changed the lyrics. Talking about how Jinder's balls aren't there. Brony said this is boring. It's gone on a bit, to be honest, but I mean, it's The Rock, innit? I mean, you know that the people are tuning into this and they ain't leaving. You're an angry, toxic douchebag that has no class. Jinder goes after The Rock. Kick to the midsection there by Jinder. Rock in the corner. Big shot there by Jinder. Kicks coming into the midsection. Jinder going after The Rock. Rock responding though with some shots of his own. People's Champ's got Jinder. Ooh. Spinebuster. Spinebuster. People's elbow. Against the ropes goes The Rock. Bang, there we go. And he whips Jinder as Jinder gets out the ring. So The Rock in the ring as the crowd continue to go crazy. This is entertainment, says WWE AEW fan. This is boring, says Fionas. Is Jinder being hindered, said Funky Fresh. He has been hindered. Rock wishes us a happy new year. He's going to get something to eat in San Diego. Or should he sit at the head of the table? Is he going to say that? Is he going to say head of the table? Jesus. He did say it. He did say it. Should he sit in a booth? Should he sit at a bar? Or should he sit at the head of a table? Oh my God! Oh my God! Oh my God! Well, the fans have responded. Should I sit in a booth? Should I sit at the bar? Or should I sit at the head of a table? I'd go booth. I'd go booth. It's a lot more comfortable. Wow. Michael Cole says his hair is standing up. What about that last statement? Michael Cole is really focusing you on that last statement. What about that last statement, says Michael Cole? Has that just changed everything? Has that just changed everything? Why does everything always change so often? Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Well, that's a video. That is so a video. That's the biggest video we might do in a while. Have I got the images lined up? We do. Massive moment. Oh, do you know what? I don't even know if I've got the voice to do it. Massive moment coming out of Raw. The Rock came back to WWE. It was a big moment. It was absolutely brilliant. Jinder Mahal was in the ring. He was running down America. And of course, someone had to step up, and it was The Rock. We had a good back and forth between these two. And of course, it ended up with The Rock dealing with Jinder. This isn't the talking point, though. The talking point is what happened at the very end, because after Jinder had been dealt with, The Rock said that he was hungry, and he asked the people of San Diego, when The Rock goes to get some food, should he sit in a booth? And the crowd sort of were like, yeah, booths are good. Should he sit at the bar? And the crowd were like, well, yeah, you know, you can get your drink from the bar. That's pretty good. Or should The Rock sit at the head of the table? And the place went bananas. Michael Cole even said that the hair on his arms was standing up, and really said, what do we think about that final statement? It's very clear that The Rock has just kind of made probably the biggest clue on WWE TV that he has got his sights set on Roman Reigns. Roman Reigns, of course, being the head of the table. So Rock versus Roman is going to be the big talking point coming out of this Raw. Rock versus Roman now feels like it is very, very possible for WrestleMania 40. What that means for Cody and finishing the story and everything else and all the other knock-on effects, I don't know. But that was one hell of a message from The Rock. And honestly, this is all anyone is going to be talking about. A big, big moment tonight on Raw. How I just managed to get through that video without my voice cracking, I'll never know. What do people think? Are people freaking out? What about Cody? What about finishing the story? Does that even matter? Does it matter? Maybe it doesn't. Maybe it doesn't. I'm here for this, says Miss Clown. Huge. Oh, do you know, it's funny, isn't it? I think the segment went on a bit, but you can forgive that because it's The Rock. And ratings-wise, that's just going to be a monster segment. I also thought, like, the chanting bit was a bit cheesy. I wasn't a fan of that last time. But, again, it's The Rock. Whatever. The one thing that I wanted from it was something. Give me something. Announce yourself that you're going to be at the Rumble. Announce that you're going to be at WrestleMania. Give me something that's more tangible than just, oh, thanks a lot, guys. Have a good New Year. And he did it. He gave it us. That's exactly what I was hoping for. Exactly what I was hoping for. Give me something. And he did. And he did. Bembo said maybe Rock Roman could be at the Chamber or at SummerSlam. That's a good shout. That's a good shout. Maybe it's not going to be a case that we get that match at... oh man, I tell you what, the Unseen video is going to be really... I don't know how I'm going to be able to do it, but we'll find a way. But the Unseen video is going to be fascinating because I can't wait to see reaction to this, yeah, I can't wait to see reaction to this. I can't wait to see reaction to that line, you know? Rock and Cody against Roman and Jinder is now confirmed for Mania. Let's go. That's how it should be. That's the match people want. That should be the Mania match, said Tiny Tails. It's bigger. It's undeniably bigger. It's bigger than the Cody match. So they're just showing a replay on the show right now. They're just showing a replay of the rock bottom and what went down. Last time we did see him backstage, there may be some further development on this. Do you remember last time he was on SmackDown? He was then seen backstage with John Cena. What The Rock said at the end of that has stirred up the world, says Michael Cole. Here's Shayna Baszler. The Rock said he wants to sit. No, he didn't say that. He said, should he sit? He didn't say he wants to sit. He asked, should I sit at a booth? Should I sit at the bar or should I sit at the head of a table? Let's not misquote him. Right, here is Shayna and Zoe versus Tegan and Natalia. But it's trending massively. Oh, of course it is. Of course it is. I mean, Triple H did say you don't want to miss this tonight. And to be honest, that segment, because he had like some lines, it felt scripted. Well, not scripted, but it felt like it had had some thought put into it. The last time we saw him, it felt like it was rushed and thrown together and there wasn't as much substance there. And as we said, I think that's because that last time was unplanned. I think he was close, he didn't realise. And so they said, do you want to come down? Whereas this one feels like this was a lot more of a planned segment. And Triple H said, don't miss this. But now we know why he said, don't miss this. He said, don't miss this because of the fact that he knew that this is going to get the ball roll into something big down the line. Mania will be Roman's last match. He'll join his cousin in Hollywood's. I am all over the road. All over the road. Okay, so we're underway with this match. Let's get back to the live chat. Amazing. George Vlog said Cody is never gonna finish the damn story. Lol. Bembo said maybe Rock Roman at Chamber or SummerSlam. Elliot said the rumor is that the match happens at the Chamber in Australia. They said they'll pay for The Rock to appear. Roman wins and it makes it bigger for Cody. So Elliot thinking that it's going to be at the Chamber. We are at commercial break now. Shayna and Zoe versus Tegan and Natalia. They're already fantasy booking this thing on Twitter. Oh, yeah. Well, people will. And, why not? Have a bit of fun with it. That's what it's all about. Thomas77, shout out to you. Appreciate the support. Vincible said Cody made a mistake coming back. I don't think he made a mistake. I mean, it could be. It is true that the Australians did ask for The Rock. So it is true that it could go down at Elimination Chamber. It feels weird to say that because that show traditionally was a B show and not the kind of place you would expect The Rock versus Roman Reigns. I mean, Rock versus Roman Reigns feels like it has to be a WrestleMania match. It doesn't feel right to do it at Elimination Chamber. I don't know how I feel about it being at Elimination Chamber. It's a little bit like those big matches that take place in Saudi. And you're like, this should be at Mania, So I don't know how I feel about it going down in Elimination Chamber, but I suppose that's just me. I've got to change my perception of it. I've got to change my mindset. I've got to think of it more as you're getting Rock versus Roman and potentially you're getting Rock Cody at WrestleMania. So yeah, it's one that I think we could go that way. We could get both. I don't know how I feel about it though. I really feel like The Rock versus Roman. That really does feel like it should be taking place at WrestleMania. There's something so special about WrestleMania that I don't think other shows can replicate. Cody doesn't have to finish his story at Mania. I don't know why people have their heads wrapped around that. He could finish it at SummerSlam. He could, that's true. Again, I just think that Roman losing his title, you just want it to be on the biggest stage possible. And the biggest stage possible would be WrestleMania, because that's going to be in front of the most fans possible. So that, I think, is why people want it to be. I think they want it to. I want it to be at WrestleMania, because
that's the grandest stage of them all. That is the place where these moments play out. And I understand that you can do it away from WrestleMania, but WrestleMania is the showcase of the Immortals. It's the place where these moments are sort of meant to happen. Doesn't mean that they all have to happen there, but this is the place where they're sort of, I think, meant to happen. So I understand why people want that. I understand why people want it to be at WrestleMania. But if it's not, then it's fine. If it happens at SummerSlam, then so be it. You know, SummerSlam is still a massive show as well in its own right. That's still fine. We've got half an hour left to go. And it's a win for Zoe and Shayna. There really wasn't much to that. I didn't even get a chance to watch, to be honest. I didn't even get a chance to watch. It will be Mania for Cody, but not against Roman, says Ira. Okay, so main event coming up. Main event coming up. I don't see WWE promo in a match for SummerSlam in January. No, I don't think people are saying that they're going to do Roman Rock in SummerSlam. I think they're saying that if we do Roman Rock at WrestleMania, then we can always do the Cody match at SummerSlam. I think that Roman could wrestle 2 nights. I could be a bit more into that idea. I could be into Roman Rock Night 1, Roman Cody Night 2. I could be into that. My concern with that has always been injury. If he suffers any sort of injury night 1, then he potentially could carry it to night 2. But that shouldn't really be a barrier. It shouldn't really be a barrier. Cody would have to have a match night 1 as well, I think. Otherwise, Roman will always have the excuse of he had to wrestle twice. He will always have that excuse. So I think we would need to have a second night or a second match for Cody. Elliot said other option is Rock screws Roman versus Randy, and we get Randy versus Cody, Roman versus Rock, no title, but for a head of the table position. So what? Randy would be the one to beat Roman. We could do that. I think Cody is the one personally. But as long as he wins the title, he doesn't have to beat Roman. Cody just needs the WWE Championship. So as long as he gets that. Edward said, I loved every bit, but I didn't like the fact everything has changed as I want Cody to finish his story. If he doesn't get to finish the story, he will leave. I think he finishes the story. I'm not worried about him finishing the story. Rock should win the Universal Championship. Cody faces Roman for the WWE Championship. Darwin said, oh my god, it's happening.
It changed the game. What a way to start 2024. The dream match is finally coming very soon, once in a lifetime. Thomas, shout out to you. And Elliot said the other option, I think we read this, is for Rock to screw Roman Randy. And then we get Randy Cody. And then we get Roman Rock, non-title, but for head of the table position. To be honest, I like Randy Cody. Randy being the one to end Roman. I don't know how I feel about that. That bit I'm not massively into. But yeah, I think ideally I want Cody to beat Roman, not Randy. But that is a way of just getting where we need to get to. So the only bit of that I'm not keen on is Randy beating Roman. And the only reason I say that is because I know Randy wants to stick around for a bit. But I feel like Randy's about as big of a star as he's going to be. Cody can get bigger. He's never been a world champion in WWE. So he can be a multiple-time world champion. And him being the one to beat Roman and end this historic run, that would be brilliant for Cody. That would, like, cement him and really help and, you know, give him so much. I just don't know that Randy needs that. I don't know that he needs that. But putting that to one side, everything else about it I really like. Roman, Rock, no title involved. Brilliant. No problem. And because Rock don't need the belt. And Randy Cody, because of their history, brilliant. I've got no problem with that. Cody can finish the story, but he just finishes against Randy. The only bit of it which I'm not super keen on is Randy being the one to end Roman's title reign. And it ending because potentially a distraction by The Rock. You know? That means that Randy gets the belt, but he doesn't really even get all of the benefit of, like, he is the one. You know, so many tried and couldn't do it. But Randy did it. But he can't even really brag. Like, well, he will brag, but do you know what I mean? Like, he only did it because The Rock. Oh, it's a tricky one. Maybe there isn't a perfect solution to all of these things. Right, let's go and do a poll. I need to ask people what they thought about that last match. So, again, the Ivy, it's difficult in it because if you're like me, you're just getting all that reaction. What do you think about the Shayna, Zoe, Tegan, Natalia match? Shayna, Zoe picking up the win, and we're now heading towards our main event. Will said, the fact we don't know what's happening is great. That's a great comment. I agree. Question, does Drew win here? What's your thoughts? Well, I didn't think he would, to be honest. I didn't think he would, and the main reason is because it feels like we're getting Seth versus CM Punk. And that seems to be the match to make. So if CM Punk wins the Rumble, I would think that Seth would be the champion for him to go up against. But people have spoke about that confetti. I don't know. Would WWE release confetti for a Drew win in front of fans? The fans aren't going to be that happy for him. He's a heel. He's a heel that makes sense, but he is still a heel. So it's tricky, isn't it? It's tricky. I am leaning towards maybe Drew doing it now, to be honest. The preview special is on screen. We're going to be doing that.
There's going to be special guests involved. CM Punk, Triple H, Rhea Ripley, Bianca Belair, Montez, and Ilya Dragunov as well. Next week, we're in Oregon. It's going to be Cody against Shinsuke. Next week. Katana Chance and Caden Carter defending their championships next week against Chelsea and Piper. And also, we've got CM Punk. CM Punk is back around next week. This seems like a cash-in kind of night, says Samantha. Yeah, that's a good shout. Could we even get the cash-in? Could they even do the cash-in? Is Damian Priest about to be the champion? That Rock comment, you know, it's him and Roman at Mania. It kind of narrows down who wins the Rumble. Punk wins and challenges Seth, says Daniel. It is true that they have said that they want The Rock in Australia. Of course they do. I don't know what Australia is willing to pay to make that happen. And I don't know if The Rock is free to make that happen. But there is a chance, a definite chance, that that match takes place at Elimination Chamber, which would still free up Cody and Rock. Or like Wrestle with Andy said, do we even do 2 nights at WrestleMania? I agree with that comment. I love the fact that we are sat here and we don't know exactly how this plays. We've got our thoughts and we got our theories, but we're not 100% how this is going to play. I love that. Crowds singing away as Seth makes his way down to the ring. AEW is on fire behind the scenes, says YouTube commentator. Australia is going to have to empty out their wallets for The Rock. Yeah, it's going to cost a lot. Perhaps they're willing to do it. I don't know. There was word on the street that they wanted him. As we said, it's one thing to want him. It's another thing to get him. But now with these comments, maybe they've done it. Maybe they've managed to get him. I think there's a definite chance of that. This is going to be absolutely everywhere. I mean, the buzz for this is going to be insane. Right, Seth Rollins has made his way down to the ring. Nedic Opnella said Punk wins the Rumble. Cody gets screwed by Randy at Elimination Chamber. Night 1, we get Cody, Randy, and Roman Rock. If Cody wins, he faces Roman on night 2. Okay, Seth and Drew right now. If I can get into the chat, if I can get into the comments, then we will do a poll. Kick there by Seth. Right, let's go and end this poll. So this was about that last match. Are we struggling again on how this works? 36% of people thought that was the best match of the show. I will have to review it, but I'm struggling to believe that that was the best match on this show. I'll go back and have a look. Are we saying that was better than Becky and Nia got A 43%, and that last one got A 36%? Was it really that good? Did I just miss like one of the best matches of the year? Because I don't feel like I did. There's going to be a major Triple H announcement on that preview special, says Anthony. Well, we said that we're going to watch it, and we're going to watch it. So we will be live for it. Let's ask who wins, or who leaves WWE World Champion. Is it going to be Seth? Is it going to be Drew? Or is it going to be Damian? Do you think Cody joined WWE partly to do with WWE promising the title? Or do you think... Let's get back to that. Do you think Cody joined WWE partly to do with the title, promising him it, or do you think it's all how much money he's getting? Well, according to Cody, he said that there was no agreements put in place. It was just, there was an opportunity to come back, and he was kind of excited by what he was being told. So I don't know that they said we're definitely going to give you title run, whatever. They might have said we'll put the belt on you, we'll, you know, use you in the main event picture, we see you as a big star, blah 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 blah. But according to him, there's nothing in the contract to say that he definitely wins a title or anything like this. I mean, maybe there is, and if there was, would he even tell you? I mean, to be honest, if there was something in his contract that said he definitely wins the championship, would he come out and go, oh no, yeah, it's in my contract, I'm definitely winning? That would ruin everything, because now you wouldn't root for him, because now it's a guarantee it's going to happen. So he may not have been telling the truth on that. I certainly think if I put myself in his shoes, I would be very clear about, look, if I'm going to come back, and I'm going to leave AEW, a company that I helped set up, I'm going to need certain guarantees. I need to know that I'm not going to be star-dusted. I need to know that I can be myself and that I'm going to be around the title picture. And ideally, yeah, I want them to say, we're going to give you the belt. So this doesn't change anything. Even if we end up doing Rock versus Roman at WrestleMania and Cody does something else, I would then still fully expect Roman versus Cody at SummerSlam. I would fully expect that. And I'd expect the story to end there, so the story would just get delayed. To me, this isn't a problem, because the story will end. I've no doubt about it. Unless Cody gets injured, the story will end. So, it's not a problem. It's no drama. I just don't know how they go about doing it. To be honest, SummerSlam is still a massive, massive show with tens of thousands of people. You know, SummerSlam is not 20,000. I mean, it's like 40, 50. All right, it's not WrestleMania's 80, but I think last year it might have been 60. Like, it's still a big, 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 big show. It's a perfectly acceptable place for him to finish his story. So I don't mind it. I don't mind him winning it at SummerSlam if that's how it goes. Or, as people have said, maybe Australia have come up with the money and we are going to do Roman versus The Rock at Elimination Chamber. That's going to be inside a big stadium as well, I believe. So I don't think that's in an arena. Let's have a look, shall we, and see Elimination Chamber 2024. In Perth at the Optus Stadium. This is a stadium that can hold 60,000 people. 65,070 for concerts. Record attendance was Ed Sheeran, 73,000 last year in Australia. So the venue is perfectly acceptable for Rock versus Roman. You could do it. It's just it just doesn't feel right. That's all. But we need to move with the times. I think rather than seeing some of these shows as just B shows, perhaps we shouldn't look at them that way. You know, this is going to be in a massive stadium. They're going to put on a massive show. You just wouldn't expect something like Roman Rock, which is an absolute dead cert, bona fide WrestleMania main event for any year. You could pick any year in the history of WrestleMania and this match main events. I mean, outside of maybe Hogan Andre, I think it main events pretty much any WrestleMania. Maybe it would struggle at WrestleMania 17. But it's huge, isn't it? It's absolutely huge. It's WrestleMania main event. It just doesn't feel right being at Elimination Chamber, but maybe this is the new company and the new way of doing it. We're so used to these types of matches being saved for Mania, but maybe this new company, TKO, it ain't gonna work that way. It wants everything to feel like WrestleMania, you know? I don't know. It's exciting. I'm excited. I was excited anyway, but that line, oh my god, that line, that one line. Cody's story run sounds like Daniel Bryan's. He's the ultimate underdog, says me. Right. I need to catch up with some of these. Elliot said, other option is Rock screws Roman versus Randy. We get Randy, Cody, and Roman Rock non-title, but head of the table. Nedic said Punk wins Rumble. Cody gets screwed by Randy at the Elimination Chamber. Night 1, we get Cody, Randy, and Roman Rock. And if Cody wins, he faces Roman. Night 2. I do like that. Splash by Seth. 1, 2. Kick out by Drew. And Mystic Mist said Rock versus Roman at Elimination Chamber since Australia want The Rock. And Bembo said maybe do all time, great, good, or for the poll. Maybe that's a better way of doing it. I think all time isn't quite right. I think the best way of thinking about it is you should only really look to click on the A like once a stream. Like, really, that's your vote for this was the match. This was the best match of the show. And maybe even sometimes you might not feel like a match has reached the A. But I'm struggling to believe that Shayna Zoe against Tegan Natalia was majority A. So I think there is definitely some learning, or like there's something not quite right with how I'm communicating this. Kick out by Seth. If we can't quite get it working, then we just won't do it, and we'll find a different way. But really, what I want is at the end, hopefully, the community will have sorted out, honestly, what were the best matches of the year. And the only way we can do that is if we don't click on the top option all the time. But that match sucked, said YouTube commentator. A. Jobson said Raw hasn't gone over its TV time slot since November 2018. So yeah, all-time great, good, meh. I don't mind that. I don't mind that. Maybe we'll try that next time. All time great.
good. No.
They've got about a month and a half to set the matchup, said Spencer. The next month could be awesome with segments between The Rock and Roman. Russell said solo Rock this year. Cody and Punk both have big matches, and Roman Rock slow builds. Dave said head of the table on a pole match. Brett said what if Damian cashes in? Miss Clown said it was nice to see The Rock. It was. I agree. Dark Angel said no overrun is showing. Jeremiah said Damian cashes in for Sammy to screw him out of the match. Edward, we answered your question. Thomas said Rock versus Roman at Wembley. There's no Wembley event planned. 60,000 stadium and they're willing to pay. Do you think Cody joined me? Is that you, Edward? Because that was the same question that you asked and we answered. Gonna get my boots to asses shirt out, yeah. Old school rock merch. Let's go. Michael Cole just said Drew needs to cash in on this opportunity. Is that a hint at what's to come? Oh, I would hope not, to be honest, because that would be a bit silly for him to be hinting to something that could be coming down the road. So I think it's probably not. It's not really in his interest to spoil or, like, you know, tease something that's coming up, even though he knows. That's not really a thing for him to do, so. Okay, we are underway with this into what should be the final part. And big Samoan drop there by Drew, and Seth gets his shoulder up. It was a white noise, actually. Like a Samoan drop. Teasing Rock return means more eyes for the main event for a title change, said user. Latona said, I don't care what y'all think. I love my Roman MFing Reigns. Is CM Punk on the cards? No, he was not announced for this week. He is backstage, but I think we can understand why now. Chop coming in there by Seth. Chop coming back there by Drew. Kick coming in by Seth. Another kick coming in. Seth is back in the corner. Charging over. Went for a curb. Kick to the midsection. Future shock by Drew. Kip up by McIntyre. McIntyre is trying to get the job done. He wants to win this title in front of fans. We asked the question, who leaves with the WWE World Championship? Oh, sit down powerbomb by Seth. Kick out. Might as well end the poll, as we've only got a few minutes left. And 50% of you say Seth, 35% of you say Damian, 14% of you say Drew. Seth dragging Drew over. He's climbing up. Seth lands on his feet. Claymore attempt there by Drew. Super kick by Seth. Pedigree by Seth. Rolls over Drew. 2. Oh, shoulder up by Drew. Oh, look at that kid. Banging on the barricades.
Tell you what, these fans have been thoroughly entertained. With The Rock being on the show, was there not a segment with him and Punk? No, there wasn't. William said, whilst we're explaining the you not spamming stuff. Here's Damian Priest. He's coming down with the briefcase. He can cash in whenever he wants, and he's going to keep a close eye on this. Dirty Dom has come down as well. Priest nails Seth. Now he's gone over. He says he wants to cash in, but Drew hits a Claymore. Cash in denied. Cash in denied. Drew gets in. Claymore connects. Seth's down. Drew. 1, 2. Oh, foot on the rope. Foot on the rope. Wow. So the ref counted 3, but he saw the foot was on the rope. McIntyre can't believe it. That was done really well. That was done really well. They had to be in the exact right position for Seth's foot to be able to make it to the rope. Seth goes over into the ropes. Oh, he's gone too angry now, hasn't he, Drew? Just let Drew win, says Nile. Drew has got Seth. He's got Seth on the commentary table. Scoops him up. Seth kick to the midsection. Double underhooks. Pedigree on the commentary table. Seth hurling Drew back into the ring. Seth coming in as well. Backing into the corner. Bang. Pedigree. Pedigree connects. 1, 2, 3. Seth wins. Seth wins. I don't think there'll be a cash-in. I think Damian is still down. It does make sense. If Punk wins the Rumble, he's going to have to challenge the champion. And the champion would need to be Seth if we're going to do Punk versus Seth. Yeah, I like that. Wade said, I don't know if McIntyre was responsible for the foot on the rope or if it was Seth. McIntyre like rolls him up so much, so desperate to get the pin that Seth ended up getting his foot on the rope. Yeah, wow. I mean, what an episode of Raw. What an episode of Raw. Incredible. Incredible. I mean, think about everything we got. We got some really good action. I thought Becky Nia was brilliant. Main event was a lot of fun. We got The Rock. I mean, really, really good. Really good. Right, what we do is we do vote on the shows. But I do them over on the second channel. On the Wrestling Days Clips channel.
Hey,
and
guys.
then in the community tab. So all you have to do is search for Wrestling Days Clips. And then just go to the community tab and you'll see the vote on there. The reason why we do it there is because it gives us just a few more options. Well, one more option. We could do it in the poll, but we only allowed 4 here. We can do 5 there. And I do it on that channel because I don't really want this channel to just be full of ratings. So we do it over there. So if you want to vote for the community's thoughts on Raw,
Go over there. Last time, we voted on NXT, and we got nearly 300 votes for NXT, which is really good. Hopefully we can get a lot of votes coming in for this. So that poll is up now. It's just gone up. So you can vote. It's Wrestling Days Clips. If you pop over there, click on Community on the homepage, and then you will see the place that you vote. And as we said, that gives us 5 options. I could do it on this channel, but this channel would just get filled up with those kind of vote things, and just, you know, I don't know that people want there. We've got nearly 300,000 people subscribed to this channel. I don't think 300,000 people want just endless polls for different shows clogging up their feeds. So we do it over on that channel it's not even got 8,000 subscribers, so I don't think it's bothering people as much over there. That's my thought process. So yeah, you can go over there and you can vote. What we'll do is, on this channel, we will jump into the chat, and I need you to vote on that last match, because we need to get people's thoughts as to how good that last match was. So, scores. I'm going to try the new system. All time. Great. Good. Meh. There we go. New system. We'll see if this works better. Yeah, get in your thoughts. We're not going to stick around too long, so I want to work on the unseen video. There's an unseen video that's that I like to do after, which is basically social media, backstage reaction, backstage interviews, stuff that wasn't on the show. I try to pull that together from social media, put it in a video. Tends to go up about, it should be up, edited, like recorded, all that stuff in within the hour. So I need to run off and do that. But I want to get people's thoughts. And feel free to put your thoughts in on the show in the chat as well. Kim said, Punk doesn't need the title. Edward said, how long ago didn't you hear the answer? How long ago? I didn't hear the answer. I think it was like, I don't know if it was the first time you asked. It was about, I don't know, 10 minutes, something like that. J-Love said, the Money in the Bank winner always looks like a joke. Only good one was Edge when he cashed in on Cena. The show was an 8. Main event, I'm dropping it to a 6. Seth One said, Natalie, he did. The Raw was mixed, said Jacob. It had strong points and low points. Jimmy said, why did Priest come out? I think, to be honest, if you've got Money in the Bank, this is what you would do, because this was a title match. Damian wants to be right there to capitalize if he can. And to be honest, they don't want... Clearly, they wanted Seth to emerge with the belt. And that makes sense, because I don't think Seth wants to face CM Punk. But I think that is the match to make. And I think the way we get there is by Punk winning the Rumble, and it's unavoidable then. Like, he has to face him. And I think that story works because Seth hates Punk. Hates Punk. Hates him to the point where he doesn't want to face him. He could easily give him a match, but he don't want to, because he don't want to share the spotlight with him. So that is going to irritate Seth so much that his WrestleMania opponent is CM Punk. I agree that Punk doesn't need the world title. I agree with that. But I think it's actually a way of us getting to the match that we need. I think it means that we get the match that people really want. We get it in the main event, which it would be. It means the title's involved as well. I'm fine with it. I'm fine with us going down that road. So I think if that is the road we're going down, Seth had to emerge as victorious tonight. And I think Damian has got to show that he is trying to cash in. People would ask the question, where was he if he didn't show? Why didn't he try and cash in? There was an opportunity for him, you know? He could have done it. Well, he tried and he didn't. It didn't work for him. And to be honest, it doesn't, I made this point before, it really doesn't matter if eventually he successfully cashes in. Doesn't matter how many times you try to cash in and fail. All of that is forgotten. It's irrelevant. It's erased if at the end of the day you ultimately succeed. If Damian Priest ultimately becomes champion at some point, it won't matter if he tried 200 times to cash in. It'll be irrelevant. He becomes champion. The ultimate goal, what he was trying to achieve, he ultimately succeeded at, and that's all that matters. Doesn't matter how many times he tried. So it doesn't bother me. Not bothered. I'm not bothered. Maybe it would be an embarrassment if he tries and fails, and then when he does cash in, he fails at that as well. But to be honest, people don't really remember how many times you tried to cash in. They only really remember if you ultimately succeeded or failed. So it's all to do with that. When he does actually cash in, is he going to get the job done? And as I said earlier, I wouldn't have him do it until after WrestleMania, because I think he can provide an interesting conundrum for both matches, for both Cody, Roman, if we did get that, and for Seth, CM Punk. Because not only do they have to worry about their opponents, but they've got the potential cash-in as well, you know? Do you think Damian will ever successfully cash in? I think he could. I don't think that CM Punk needs the title. I agree. I think it's something that CM Punk, it would be great to see him get it. I think CM Punk fans would love to see him with it. But he's such a big star, he doesn't need it. It could be that we get Seth, CM Punk for the belt, and then CM Punk, could be a cash-in straight away. It could be that CM Punk beats Seth, and then Damian cashes in. Or it could be that CM Punk wins, and Damian cashes in at Backlash, you know? And so, basically, he is successful, and he gets it from Punk, and Punk never gets that long, satisfying run. So it means Punk has to get back to the title. But it also is a way of us getting Seth and Punk at Mania for the title. So, yeah, I think that we could see Damian successfully cash in this year. There's so many moving parts. I wouldn't have him cash in before Roman Cody. I just think that if you are doing Roman Cody at WrestleMania, you need as many obstacles in Cody's way as possible. And, hey, look, The Rock's another obstacle, because The Rock now is around, and that's another opportunity that Cody's not going to have at getting at Roman. Cody shouldn't care when he finishes the story. It shouldn't matter if it happens at Elimination Chamber, Backlash, on a Raw, on a SmackDown. It's about finishing the story. It shouldn't matter to Cody when it gets done. So if we are going to do Rock Roman at Elimination Chamber, well, that's just another Roman match that Cody is not in, you know? That's just another opportunity that he's not going to have. So I think even Rock coming back is a problem for Cody. We don't know how big of a problem, but it's a problem. And it may deny him WrestleMania, for example. WrestleMania might not be on the table. If Roman's at WrestleMania, it ain't going to be, or it's very unlikely to be, Roman Cody as well. So, yeah, there's so many moving parts. It's fascinating. It's brilliant. Everything's changed. Kim said the title doesn't need to be involved. If you think about the work Gunther, Priest, Balor have put in just for Punk to win the Rumble, a main event, 2 months and 5 appearances in, it feels like a slap in the face. Well, I slightly disagree, because I think if you're looking at what the work that they've done in the short term, the recent term, then yes, that is more than the few appearances that CM Punk has made. But you're talking about someone who had a hell of a run back in the day and got over and is a big star and has now returned. So I feel like you would have to include everything that Punk did in the past as well, because that was him doing the work and climbing up the ladder and, you know, being on like ECW and going through his journey. And so I sort of feel like he has earned the right to come back and, you know, be around the main event scene. It would be strange for CM Punk to come in and now have to work his way back up the ladder again. I mean, it'd be strange to see him going after like a mid-card title. It doesn't feel like CM Punk's at that level, because he's not at that level, because he's one of the biggest stars they've got. He could main event WrestleMania effortlessly. I can't say that about Damian Priest. I can't say that really about Gunther, because they're not as far into their journey as what CM Punk is, because you can't ignore what Punk did back in the day. You can't ignore the fan base he built in Ring of Honor. You can't ignore those things. So for me, like, I don't know that I agree that it's a slap in the face, because CM Punk's a massive star, like shifting merch like no one's business. If Damian could sell the merch that Punk could, if Gunther could sell the merch that Punk could, maybe we'd have a different conversation. If Damian could have a moment where he got 100 million views on social media, if Gunther could get 100 million views on social media, maybe we'd have a different conversation. But CM Punk has built himself up over years, built up this following, built up this interest, built up this fan base from what he did back in the day, and obviously in AEW and all that kind of stuff. And, you know, he's a main event star now. So I sort of think that does kind of put you towards the front of the queue. But I agree that he doesn't... It's not very satisfying for him to just come back and be a world champion. I agree with you. I think just because I don't have a problem with him being put in that position because of what he's built, it doesn't mean that it's necessarily the right thing to do. I think it's a way of us getting to Seth and CM Punk, because I like the fact Seth doesn't want to give him that match. I like that. So it gets us to that match. But this is where Damian, I think, could then successfully cash in on CM Punk. So it gets us to where we need to be for WrestleMania. And then following WrestleMania, Damian can cash in successfully on Punk, which would be big. I mean, think about that for Damian. Not only is he becoming a world champion, but he's actually taking it away from CM Punk. Like, that's big for Damian. That's great for Damian. That works for Damian. And then, you know, Gunther is going to be right there in the mix. I mean, really, following WrestleMania or following Backlash, we could be in a situation where Damian is the world champion, Cody is the undisputed champion, and Gunther now has got, you know, doors open to him where he could go after either guy. Probably, I would think they would look for him to go after Cody. I would think they would, because Damian's a heel and Gunther's a heel, and I don't think you'd want to do Damian Gunther, but you could do Cody Gunther, and that would be sick. I mean, what a match that would be. So Gunther's got his future ahead of him. He's in a great place. I think world titles are coming. I don't think they need to come at WrestleMania. They could, but they don't have to. We've got time. I don't know. I just think there's some. I just think there's a lot of good directions that we could go. I mean, if Gunther becomes the world champion this year, brilliant. If Damian successfully cashes in, brilliant. Let's see what Damian's like as a world champion. If Cody finishes his story, brilliant. If CM Punk wins the world title this year, brilliant. I'm just really positive about it all. I'm just really like, I don't know. I just think there's so many great directions that we can go. There's so much good stuff that we can do. 2024, we were so excited for it. And after one Raw, it just got bigger. It just got better. It's so good. I'm deeply satisfied. Although this cold is also deeply frustrating. Jason said, I just got a weird email from WWE. NXT moving early. Beginning this Wednesday, you can catch all your favorite NXT superstars live on the network. Huh? Is it an email about the fact that it's... I haven't got an email from WWE. They don't give a flip about me. Or at least I don't think I do. I've got one from Euroshop. No, the news about NXT is that it is moving from... It's moving from TNT Sports and it's going onto the network. But the belief is that it should be live on the network tomorrow. So rather than watching it on TNT Sports, you watch it on the network now in the UK. So that's what I'm aware of. So if you've had an email, I think it would be to do with that. So technically, I think it would be Wednesday because it would actually be Wednesday at like 1 a.m. So it would be Wednesday still, but 1 a.m. That's when it normally is. And we will be back doing that tomorrow. So I think that's what that was referring to, Jason. Kim said, all I'm going to say is I like Balor Priest for the world title at WrestleMania 40 and then open it up with Drew Bobby did at 37 and then do Punk Rollins as the main event. My Phenomenal Figure says, how have you been? What is your opinion on Drew losing? I don't mind it. I think that Drew can be a champion. We spoke about it earlier that I think it's quite exciting. There's lots of people that have credible shouts at being world champion. There's people out there that think Drew should have got it. There's people out there that want Damian to get it and cash in. There's people out there that want CM Punk to be champion. There's people out there that want Cody to be champion. I'm sat here wanting Sammy to be champion. So, you know, there's people that... there's so many options that it reminds me of the Attitude Era where you had Mick Foley, Rock, Triple H, Stone Cold, Undertaker. Like there was a good, healthy amount of people around that were in the mix, in the conversation. Big Show, Jericho. Like there was a list, a good, hearty list of people that could win the big main championship, the WWE Championship. And it's been a while since we've had so many credible options. And it feels like, you know, it feels like we've got a bottle of pop soda, right? Shuck it up. And we're just waiting to undo the cap. That's how it feels. That's how WWE feels to me. It's like we've shook this thing up and we're just ready to undo the cap now. Roman Reigns is the cap. Once Roman loses, all these amazing matches and options and rivalries and challengers, and I mean, like, if you do Cody versus Kevin Owens, it's going to be amazing, right? If you do Gunther versus Cody, it's going to be amazing. If you do CM Punk against Gunther, if you do Kevin versus CM Punk, if you do Sammy versus Cody, if you do Jey Uso versus Cody, I mean, you don't even have to think. Just take the names and put them together and you've just got these amazing matches for the world title.
And it's all just going to be right there for Triple H to just go, well, I fancy a bit of that, and I fancy a bit of that. So exciting. So I'm all right with Drew not winning it now. I think he's still in the mix. I'm not sure where he goes from here, but I would like to see him move away from the title and try to discover what's missing. There's clearly something that's missing, and I'd like for him to go away and try and find it. I'd like for him to go on a journey and be quite vicious with his next opponents. That's what I want. And then I want him to come back and win the title. That process may take him 8 months, 10 months, but that's what I would look to do with him now. So I'm fine with it. I'm fine with it. I think that he's had opportunity, he's fallen short. There's something missing. He's there or thereabouts. He needs to find that thing that's missing. And I think that could be a hell of a journey. Could be a hell of a story that could. Big Time said, if Tony bags Mercedes, surely more women's matches and in-ring promos and storylines and main events on Dynamite. Tony can't afford to get caught up on quarter hours and things, dropping for the ladies. Yeah, if he gets Mercedes, I'm sure all of that will follow. I'm sure Mercedes will have spoke to him about rising women's wrestling. She's big into... She's someone that wants to look after herself, but I think she's someone that wants to rise the tide for everyone. You know, she walked out of WWE because she wanted better for the women's tag titles, and they were never belts that WWE particularly cared about. But she wanted them to get higher profile, and which is good, honourable. But you can't throw your toys out the pram if you don't get your way. So I think that she's someone that will really care about how the women are treated and portrayed, and she is not someone that's going to be quiet on that. So I think there'll be pressure on him anyway if he gets Mercedes, from Mercedes, to do better. Kim said, what are your thoughts on Jinder? I get people don't like him, but I think he's a credible heel that should win a mid-card title in the future. Yeah, I completely agree, but I think that he's someone that can cut good promos. His matches are okay. He's got a decent enough look. I actually liked him when he was the modern-day Maharaja, but I just don't think that we invested enough in him in the sense of he would come down with the Singh brothers and he'd have like a mat, a rug in the ring, and he'd cut a promo and it'd be fine. But there wouldn't really be too much to it, not much depth or anything. I think, like, if you look at how Shinsuke is portrayed, and that brilliant, I really loved it, the Caden and Carter katana, like, in the club thing. I feel like you could really do some stuff with Jinder. Really do some stuff. He's got that Indian heritage, and WWE is massive in India. And this is why they put the belt on him last time, to try and capitalize on that market. But it didn't really work, because I don't think that they booked him right. He was a heel that cheated to get his wins, but he never really got like good credible wins mixed in. At least Roman gets some legit wins as well. Granted, it's been a while, but he does get some legit wins. And he looks the part. He's the head of the table. People talk about him when he's not around. He's got a wise man, and he's got a bloodline, and he's got power and influence. And, you know, I think if you used to ask most wrestling fans who's the big final boss in WWE, it's Roman Reigns. It's Roman Reigns. It's not CM Punk. It's not Cody. It's not Gunther. It's Roman Reigns, right? And I think most people would be on the same page with that. So they've done a great job with Roman of making him feel that way. And we never even got close to achieving that with Jinder. Not even close. He was a joke champion. He was seen as someone that shouldn't have been champion, really. I think people knew why he had the belt. And it was to crack into the Indian market, you know. So I feel a bit sorry for Jinder. I think that he's someone I would like to see them build back up again. I thought the promo he cut today was good. You know, he was going in on the fans, really laying into them, set the table perfectly for The Rock to come out. No complaints. Yeah, he's someone that I think could have a decent run with a mid-card title. I just hope that he gets the support. Because if it's just going to be him left to his own devices, I don't know that there's enough there. I think he's someone that's going to need some of those vignettes and some of those, like, a little bit of support from a creative point of view, you know? But I really like him. I really rate him. When I say I really rate him, I don't really rate him in the sense of his CM Punk or his Cody Rhodes or his Roman Reigns or his multiple-time world champion. What I mean is I really rate him in that there is definitely a place on the roster for him, and he is better than he gets opportunity to show. He's someone that's credible, and he's someone that can be more than just a jobber. A lot of people look at him as just a jobber because he gets treated like a jobber. If you're treated like a jobber, you're going to be seen as being a jobber. But if you're treated better than that and booked better than that, then you'll be seen as being better than that. So I think he's got more to offer than just being jobbed out and being treated the way that he got treated on this show. I think he can cut promos. He can have decent matches, match quality. I can't reel off great Jinder matches. But this is why, for me, around the mid-card, I've got no problem with Jinder being around the mid-card. I think he offers something different as well. So, and on that bombshell, I'm going to call it a quits because my voice is pretty much gone. I'm sure you can tell. There's been a wonderful gradual decline the longer the stream has gone on, to the point now where I'm struggling to talk. And I need to go away and try and do an unseen video, which is going to be... Let's see how that goes. I'm definitely doing it, because there's so much to talk about. And I'm sure there's going to be a lot of reaction online. So I'm definitely doing it. It might be one where I sit there, smile, and I just have to get like one of them computer voices to say the words for me. I might have to do that. I probably won't. I'll probably still try and soldier through. But a big thank you to everyone that joined the stream. I hope you enjoyed it. I really hope you enjoyed it. It was a special one. It was a great one. It was a really, really noteworthy episode of Raw. And we thought it would be. It's not going to be like this every week. But yeah, this is definitely one that was worth watching. And great 37 is what came out for that main event. Keep voting as well for the show score over on the other channel. Don't forget, I will be back in a bit with an unseen video. Might be a bit delayed, but I will be back with an unseen video. And we will be back tomorrow. We will do the Wrestling Escape Pods. And even if I've got no voice, we will be here for NXT New Year's Evil. Even if I've got to hold up cards, write my thoughts down and do that, we'll do that. We are here tomorrow, right? Have a great evening. Thank you so much for the support. And I will see you again next time. Bye for now.